We have a quorum.
No doubt.
We found a secret exit. You go the same room and then you turn left.
Buenos días, ¿cómo estás?
Bien.
So you don't have to
Secret.
A very good morning.
exit without bypassing.
Działa?
Good morning. Please take your seats. The chair would like to open the session. Thank you. then you hammer. You hammer,
What is hammer?
hammer, with a hammer, with a gavel.
Ah, of course.
Use this, then it's loud. Now you hammer. You hammer down.
And I shall say that I'm opening.
Yes, of course.
But firstly,
Yes, you open.
once?
Or more, several
Awesome.
times. Excellent.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to take the seats, please. Do give me a chance, please. A very good morning. A very good morning. I would like to start to open the 41st session again after yesterday evening celebrations. We shall start to work a bit. So do welcome in Krakow again. I have a real pleasure to say that we have today with us since early morning Madam Irina Bokova, our Director General. I'm very happy with that. We are privileged. Ladies and gentlemen, before examining item 2 of our agenda, I would like to pay tribute to His Excellency Sok An, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. It is with immense sorrow that we have learned that Dr. Sok An, who chaired the 36th session of the World Heritage Committee in 2013, passed away on 15th of March this very year. Indeed, not only the World Heritage Committee have lost a great chair whose mandate was very successful, but the international community has lost a renewed expert internationally respected. Besides his leading national role, Dr. Sok An promoted throughout his life world heritage as well as education to culture diversity. The Kingdom of Cambodia owes much to his great figure, who was notably one of the main actors of the international campaign for safeguarding and of the archaeological site of Angkor, and consequently of the inscription of this unique site on the World Heritage List. Dr. Sok An will be sorely missed not only by us members of the World Heritage, but also by the entire World Heritage community, who will continue to support his legacy and to be inspired by his example. Dear colleagues, I would like to ask you for a minute of silence in memory of
Is this working? Yeah, this one works.
Check again, check again.
Works. Dear colleagues, thank you. Thank you once again. It is now time for us to consider the admission of observers, whose list is presented in accordance with Article 8 of the Rules of Procedure. For your information, this is a bilingual document. I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have not received any amendment on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Dear colleagues, I have now to ask you if you agree to the presence of the observers throughout the session. I see no objections. The participation of the observers is agreed. Thank you. Dear colleagues, before examining item 3 of our agenda, allow me to give the floor to Dr. Resler for some general announcements with the aim to guide our work and our discussions throughout the session. Dr. Resler, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome to all of you this morning. I would also like to thank the Polish authorities for the warm welcome last night. It was really an excellent event. First of all, allow me to recall that the World Heritage Committee at its 35th session by decision 12B, paragraph 22, decided that these World Heritage Committee meetings should be live streamed over the web. So therefore, the debates of our session will be live streamed through the address which appears on the screen now and which is also available on the website of the 41st session. And I think it's a very good development because some of your colleagues at home can follow all our debates. Secondly, please note that the interpretation of our plenary sessions will be available in English and French. Please also be informed that the Kingdom of Spain, thanks to the Kingdom of Spain, we have interpretation from and into Spanish, which will be provided for the period of Tuesday, 4th July to Sunday, 9th July. Furthermore, please note that we will benefit for the same period of 6 days of Arabic interpretation, thanks to the fund of the project of Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz for the support of the Arab language and upon positive response from the permanent delegation of Saudi Arabia to UNESCO. In this regard, I would like to invite the Spanish as well as Arabic language speakers to choose in which working language, English or French, they would like to see their interventions being reflected in the summary records of the session. Your choice should be indicated orally at the time of your first intervention. It should also be transmitted in writing to the Secretariat before the end of our working session this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments on this agenda item. I see none. Thank you. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 41.3a and 41.3b. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have not received any amendment on this item. We have not received any amendment.
I see. So, if I see none, I therefore declare draft decision 41.3a and 41.3b. 41.3a adopted.
The micros? None of the micros.
No.
This one? Just give me the.
Sorry for these technical problems. I shall now give the floor to Dr. Resle again. Dr. Resle, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As you have noticed on the agenda item 3A, which is the agenda of our session, there were no changes have been made since the agenda was adopted at the last session of the World Heritage Committee. Now, on document 3B, which is the timetable of the session, I would like to inform you, and you may have noticed that our plenary meeting today is also an occasion for the presentation of the message from the World Heritage Young Professionals Forum 2017. You know that normally the Youth Forum comes to the opening ceremony of the session, but it was thought that to underline the importance of the involvement of young people in the protection of World Heritage in general, and also their active participation in the implementation of the convention, the chairperson suggested that this message will be presented to the whole committee in the first plenary meeting. So you will take note of this message, and copies will be made available to you in the room in English and French, so that you are fully aware. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to also recall that due to the number of items on our agenda and the time constraints, Rule 22.2 of the Rules of Procedure, which grants the chairperson the possibility to limit the time allowed to each speaker, will be applied if the circumstances make this desirable. Time for interventions, therefore, will be limited to 3 minutes for committee members and 2 minutes to observers. In this regard, please note that a musical timer system to gauge interventions is in place, which interrupts any speaker exceeding the recommended time limit. Concerning the interventions by observers from civil society and NGOs, we strongly advise, if they wish to take the floor on the same topic, to hold consultations among them in order to prepare and to deliver one single intervention. In order to save time as much as possible, we would also like to appeal to you not to repeat what other delegations have said or from making congratulatory statements. Official statements and declarations should be transmitted to the Secretariat in writing as soon as they have been delivered in order to integrate them into the summary records of this session. Furthermore, please note that timing of sessions will be strictly respected, which means every morning at 9:30 a.m. and every afternoon at 3 p.m. sharp. And please note, as indicated in your timetable just adopted, the meeting of the Bureau will be held every morning from 9 to 9:30 a.m. as of tomorrow, July the 4th of July, and the Bureau room is just outside on this side of the plenary room. Dear participants, allow me to remind you that bilateral consultations should be outside the main conference room and not during the debates. This was specifically requested by several members of the World Heritage Committee. I would also like to ask you to switch off your mobile phones or to put them in silent mode so that we not disturb the proceedings. Please note that no specific coffee breaks are foreseen. However, tea and coffee will be available throughout the day. Last but not least, I also wish to remind you that all amendments to draft decisions have to be submitted beforehand to our rapporteur, Mr. Muhammad Juma, who is here with us, in writing using the blue form and whenever possible in an electronic version at the following email address. And you see it here on the screen behind me, wh-rapporteur@unesco.org. The electronic submission will facilitate and speed up the integration of the text into the relevant draft decision for your consideration. The blue form is available in the room in both English and French. It includes the email address just mentioned. And this is only for committee members, because we had some incidents before. I would also like to request you to ensure that your amendments are provided sufficiently in advance, considering that we at the Secretariat have to have them translated. However, I would like to encourage you whenever possible, if this is possible for you, to submit amendments, especially for last-minute amendments in both languages, English and French, in order to allow for the presentation on time for the debate. Furthermore, we will consult each committee member delegation to get one email address to which the electronic version of the blue form can be sent for easy use. I would like to draw your attention to the importance of these working procedures, and I would like to thank you very much in advance for your cooperation and understanding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Ressler. And if I may just clarify where we are, let me just please remind that we just adopted decision 41-38 concerning our agenda, and we are now at decision 41-3b concerning our timetables. It is why I would like to ask if there are any comments or questions concerning this very item. Cuba has the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Comme c'est la première fois qu'on prend la parole, je voudrais remercier à la Pologne, à Cracovie pour cet accueil et je voudrais une bonne présidence de ces comités. Il y a une question concernant la méthode de travail que je voudrais souligner. C'est bien que c'est plus facile pour le secrétariat et pour les travaux de ces comités présenter par avance les projets de décision et les amendements. Mais nous avons le droit, en tant qu'État membre, de faire quelques amendements sur l'écran. Et pour ça, on va soutenir ces propositions, mais je voudrais souligner que nous avons le droit, s'il y a quelque chose sur le tableau qu'on doit faire des amendements, on va les faire parce que le débat c'est plus riche et il y a quelque chose qui peut évolutionner pendant la discussion d'un sujet. Merci.
Thank you, Madam, and I'm asking Dr. Ressler to respond.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the delegate of Cuba for this intervention. Of course, you can make changes to the draft decision on the screen. This is a normal procedure within this World Heritage Committee, but it's just to facilitate for all of us and not to lose time to get amendments in advance if they are available. But of course, you have the debates as the proceedings go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there more questions? I see none, so adopted. Thank you very much. Let's now move to item 4 of our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, let us examine now item 4. As you know, Mrs. Eugene Jo was the rapporteur of the 40th session of the World Heritage Committee, which was held last year. Therefore, I have now the pleasure to invite Mr. Jo to present her report, which will highlight the main issues discussed during our last session. Mrs. Jo, you have the floor. And you are warmly welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everybody in the room. It is with great pleasure that I sit here today to be able to present you the report of my work as rapporteur of the 40th session of the World Heritage Committee. Allow me to thank all of you for having elected me to serve as rapporteur and for entrusting me with the important task. It was a difficult yet very rewarding job. The 40th session of the World Heritage Committee was held in two parts. First in Istanbul, Turkey, from 10th to 17th of July, during which 197 decisions were adopted. However, due to unexpected political circumstances in Turkey, the committee was not able to complete all the work foreseen in Istanbul, and the meeting was shortened by 3 days than had been originally planned. Therefore, the committee met again in Paris at the UNESCO headquarters from 24th to 26th of October to resume the work of the 40th session, during which 39 decisions were adopted. The 40th session was generally hosted by the government of Turkey, and the session was chaired by Ms. Lale Ülker, who untiringly steered through the meeting and guided the committee with her dedication and insight. Both in Istanbul and in Paris, representatives from a total of 119 states parties, including 21 committee members, were all present. There were a total of 2,378 participants, altogether including all the states parties, UNESCO, advisory bodies, NGOs, and observers in full attendance. The 40th session was the 5th year coming into the live streaming, providing everyone around the world access as to how the meetings were proceeded and reached its decisions. And the committee adopted 236 decisions during the entire session. For the conservation of World Heritage properties inscribed on the list, 156 SOC reports were included in items 7A and 7B, which accounted for 15% of the entire World Heritage list. Out of the 156 reports, 58 properties were discussed within the 40th session of the committee. Before the start of the session, there were 48 properties in the World Heritage list in danger, and during the session, one property from Georgia, the historical monuments of Mshketa, was removed from the danger list, whilst 8 were newly included. 5 properties from Libya were inscribed on the danger list in conformity with Article 11.4 of the Convention and paragraphs 177 and 179 of the operational guidelines. Archaeological site of Cyrene, archaeological site of Leptis Magna, archaeological site of Sabratha, old town of Gadames, and the rock art sites of Tadrat Akakus. 2 more sites, old towns of Jenne, Mali, and the historic center of Shakrisiabs, Uzbekistan, were also included in the danger list. Nan Madol, ceremonial center of Eastern Micronesia, was newly inscribed on the World Heritage list and at the same time inscribed on the danger list. The danger list now counts 55 properties, 37 cultural and 18 natural. The importance of acknowledging the positive effects of danger listing was again highlighted. The committee faced the needs to promote better understanding of the implications and benefits of being inscribed on the danger list and requested that appropriate materials be compiled that would aid in overcoming the negative perception of the danger list, and we have already seen that coming into effect yesterday at the orientation session. Emergency situations resulting from conflict was of utmost concern in the state of conservation of the World Heritage properties, as the number of properties affected by such situations continue to escalate. Properties with issues on reconstruction, climate change, extractive industries, dams, and ground transport infrastructure continue to compose the wide range of problems addressed within the SOC reports. heritage impact assessments, environmental impact assessments, and integrated management, decision-making, and governance were noted as tools and solutions which could effectively prevent and manage such issues. The 40th session examined 29 nominations to determine new inscriptions to the World Heritage List. 21 new properties were inscribed on the list, and 3 were transnational nominations involving the cooperation of multiple states, with 3 states parties for the Western Tian Shan, 7 states parties involved for the architectural work of Le Corbusier, and 4 states parties involved for the Stetchi medieval tombstone graveyards. 2 states parties had their first properties inscribed on the World Heritage List: Antigua Naval Dockyard and related archaeological sites in Antigua, Barbuda, and Nan Madol, ceremonial center of Eastern Micronesia. The World Heritage List now includes 1,052 properties, 814 cultural, 203 natural, and 35 mixed, located in 165 states parties. As always, the committee was heavily loaded with a large number of items to examine and discuss, and from the start activated 2 consultative bodies, a working group for the revision of the operational guidelines chaired by Mr. Jad Tabet, and another working group to examine the budget chaired by Professor Elizabeth Kyondo. The ad hoc working group, which was created during the 38th session, had its mandate extended and met intersessionally to examine issues related to working methods of the evaluation and decision-making processes. And the outcomes of the ad hoc working group were interlinked and connected with the decisions reached for the items of the operational guidelines and the World Heritage Fund. Article 61 of the operational guidelines were amended, which is foreseen to take effect from 2nd of February 2018 on a trial basis for 4 years, limiting the number of complete nominations per state party per year to 1, and to set a limit of 35 nominations to be reviewed for the annual cycle. The order of priorities for selecting nominations to be examined within the annual cycle was also amended. The sustainability of the World Heritage Fund was one of the main focus of the entire committee session, not only so within the item of the budget, but also within the agenda of the ad hoc working group and for workload and working methods of the entire convention. The universal ratification of the convention has now become a reality that there will be no more increase to the World Heritage Fund, whereas the total number of World Heritage properties continue to increase. The need to address budgetary restraints on conducting the statutory work of the convention was very gravely looked into, and it is a need which should be met with concrete solutions. Many options were explored, such as the Donors Forum, marketplace proposal for the International Assistance Funds, and exploring new working methods for increasing efficiency was discussed during the session, and I believe will be continued examined during this current session. The committee also requested the Secretariat to give priority to conservation and monitoring activities and increase the proportion of the fund dedicated to conservation when drawing up the budget for the 2018-2019 biennium of the World Heritage Fund. The policy document on sustainable development, which was adopted in the 20th General Assembly, was met with concentrated interest from the committee, and there was a strong inclination for implementation strategies and plans to be set up, which would help put the words into action. Such an enormous amount of work would not have been possible if it was not for the amazing dedication and efforts of the Secretariat under the able leadership of Dr. Mechtil Rössler. They really do work around the clock to try to make our work, collective work, as fruitful and efficient and easy as possible. The same thanks goes to the advisory bodies of ICROM, ICOMOS, and IUCN, who maintain the integrity and expertise of this committee. And of course, the hard work and dedication of all the committee members constitutes the core of this meeting. I would like to close by congratulating my successor, Mr. Mohamed Juma from the United Republic of Tanzania, for taking on the difficult responsibility, which I have no doubt he will complete successfully. I wish you all the very best for the coming 10 days of the 41st session of the World Heritage Committee, and with our wonderful Polish hosts who have already greeted us with a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Joe. Is there any comment or question on the report of last session? I see none. I propose that the committee takes note of the report by the rapporteur of the 40th session of the committee. If there is no objection, it is so decided. Before I close agenda item 4, I would like to express our and my personal admiration to Mrs. Joe for her wonderful job. We have all a vivid memory. You are very brave. Thank you. I now close item 4 of the agenda. And let me please open item 14. Dear colleagues, as you will remember, the committee established by decision 35-12b, paragraph 13, a standing consultative body for review of the committee's biennial budget in conformity with Article 20 of the Rules of Procedure. This consultative body is open to all state parties that wishes to, including state non-members of the committee. I would like also to recall that the advisory bodies will have the possibility to attend this working group of observers. Dear colleagues, as you know, we will have to establish also in a few minutes a working group on the operational guidelines. Therefore, based on last year's practice and with a view to avoid heavy agendas and overlapping of meetings of these two working groups, it is suggested to the committee to reduce the length of each of these working groups to 3 days each, in viewing of improving the efficiency of the committee's work, instead of being held for the duration of the session. Therefore, and if this proposal is agreeable to the committee, I would propose that the budget working group meets from Tuesday, the 4th of July to Thursday, the 6th of July, from 2 to 3 p.m. Is there any objections? I see none. This is so decided. Furthermore, as you know, as per Rule 20.2 of the Rules of Procedure, it is of the responsibility of the group to elect its chairperson. However, I understood that some consultations already took place in this regard. Therefore, I would like to know if a delegation would like to make a proposition. Finland wishes to have the floor. The floor is yours. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Finland proposes Mr. Jesus Enrique Garcia, Deputy Permanent Delegate of the Philippines, to chair the Budget Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We do all remember Korea wishes to have the floor. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea seconds the proposal of Finland. Thank you.
And Poland wishes to have the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I would like to support this proposal done by Finland. Thank you.
Thank you. Angola.
Monsieur le Président, c'est pour soutenir la proposition qui vient d'être faite.
Merci. Merci, Ambassador. So, if so, the situation is clear and easy. I understand that the members of the committee are in agreement with this proposal. I see no objection. This is so decided. I shall congratulate the victim. Dear colleagues, I would like now to give the floor to the director of the center, who will give some indications related to the work of this consultative body. Dr. Resler, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The group will meet from 2 to 3 in the Bureau meeting room, which is this side of the plenary, starting from tomorrow and until and including Thursday. And that will be followed, but we come to that by another group, which is the Operational Guidelines Group. And I think this will be in agreement not only with the chair of the group, but especially for small delegations that we don't have two groups in parallel. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mechthild. And thank you for your attention. We can move now to item 11. Revision of the operational guidelines. Dear colleagues, as you will remember, by decision 40-11 in 2016, the committee decided to include paragraph 68 of the operational guidelines and its annexes to the mandate of the ad hoc working group chaired by Poland that meets throughout the year, and by decision 40-10A to examine a proposal for a revised chapter 5 and annex 7 of the operational guidelines related to periodic report. Therefore, it is proposed that a working group to be established as consultative body in conformity with Article 20.1 of the Rules of Procedure, and that it be open to all state parties, including states non-members of the committee. I would like also to recall that advisory bodies will have the possibility to attend this working group as observers. This working group will report back to the committee at its plenary session. Dear colleagues, as you know, we just established the consultative body on the budget, and I would like to put forward the same proposal for the length of this working group of the operational guidelines. That is, to establish it for a duration of 3 days. If you are in agreement with this proposal, the group could meet from Friday, July the 7th, to Sunday, July the 9th, from 2 to 3 p.m. If I see no objection, Turkey. Turkey wishes to have the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. First of all, as the host of the 40th session of the World Heritage Committee in Istanbul last year, I should first like to thank heartily for the government of the Republic of Poland to this first-class organization we have been accorded since we came here yesterday. And secondly, Turkey would like to propose Mr. Jad Tabet of Lebanon to chair the Operational Guidelines Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Poland wishes to have the floor.
We'd like to support this proposal. Thank you.
Burkina Faso and Tunisia. Burkina. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Burkina voudrait soutenir également cette proposition.
Merci. And Tunisia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Tunisie soutient aussi cette proposition.
Merci. Kuwait. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Même le Koweït, il supporte cette proposition.
Merci. So the situation is very clear, clean, and easy for me, which means that I can just adopt this decision. It is simply so decided. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I invite now the Director of the World Heritage Center, Dr. Rezle, to take the floor for some logistical announcements with regard to the time and venue of meeting of this working group that we have just established.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's also very easy and clear for me because this group follows the budget group. So the operational guidelines group meets starting from the 7th in the same room, which is the bureau room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And it means that we can move now to item 12A. Dear colleagues, I'm opening item 12A, which concerns the follow-up to recommendations of evaluations and audits on working methods. Please refer to working document WH3/17/41.com/12A that is in front of you. As you will remember, the committee at its 38th session in 2014 decided to establish an ad hoc working group to examine the issues related to working methods of the evaluation and decision-making process of nomination and to formulate its recommendations thereon. As you will remember, by decision 40/11 in 2016, the committee decided to adopt the proposed revision by the ad hoc working group of paragraph 61 of the operational guidelines. The committee, by the same decision, decided also to include paragraph 68 of the operational guidelines and its annexes to the mandate of the ad hoc working group. The ad hoc working group also continued its reflection on the sustainability of the World Heritage Fund. Dear colleagues, this ad hoc working group has met several times during the year under the chairmanship of Poland. Therefore, I am pleased to give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Krystyna Żurek, Ambassador of Poland, who will report on the work of the group. Ambassador Żurek, Excellency, may I ask you to take the floor? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam Director General, Mr. Chairman of the 45th session, Madam Director of the World Heritage Center, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I have the pleasure to present a brief summary of the work of the ad hoc working group. As it was already mentioned, the mandate of the ad hoc working group was extended during the 40th session of the World Heritage Committee. Through its decisions, the committee extended the mandate of the ad hoc working group to further discuss para 68 of the operational guidelines and its annexes, as well as in consultation with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, to discuss the sustainability of the World Heritage Fund. It was also decided that the ad hoc working group would be composed of the members of the committee and that at least 2 open-ended sessions of the ad hoc working group will be held. The ad hoc working group started its work last November. As to the working methods, taking into account the broad mandate and range of issues to be discussed, we agreed to divide the work into 2 subgroups, one on Para 68 of the operational guidelines and the other on sustainability of the World Heritage Fund. Ms. Katarzyna Piotrowska from the National Heritage Board of Poland chaired discussions on Para 68, and Mr. Jesus Enrique Garcia, Deputy Permanent Delegate of the Philippines, kindly agreed to chair the discussions on sustainability of the World Heritage Fund. The ad hoc working group was working on the basis of a schedule of meetings agreed in November last year. Since that time, we met 6 times every month, starting from January till the beginning of June. The meetings were attended by representatives of the World Heritage Center, which gave us ongoing help and support during all that period. The ad hoc working group held as well as a dialogue with representatives of ICOMOS, ICROM, and IUCN. The 2 subgroups were working on the basis of an agenda and the discussion papers presented by chairs of the 2 subgroups. During the first meeting, in order to start discussion from broader perspective, the chairs asked the World Heritage Center to make presentation on both issues, the tentative lists and on the budget and financial situation. Minutes of meetings were widely distributed in order to ensure transparency and to keep state parties informed regularly on the progress of work of the ad hoc working group. Open-ended meetings wherein all state parties were invited were held on 24 March and 24 May this year. The 2 subgroups prepared a number of recommendations for the World Heritage Committee. I don't want to go too much into details of each and every discussed recommendation, just to highlight that subgroup on Para 68 discussed tentative lists in the broadest context possible. The discussions were structured around the key aspects of the issue of tentative lists and were completed by presentations of the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. After thorough discussions, we decided to recommend to keep the current mechanism of the registration of tentative lists unchanged. The ad hoc working group also recommended to introduce a disclaimer both in the decisions of the committee concerning tentative lists as well as in the operational guidelines. Such a disclaimer would further underline the national character of the tentative lists and ease some of existing pressures. Other recommendations by the ad hoc working group are to further promote harmonization of tentative lists at national level, at regional level, to invite state parties to engage in dialogue with all stakeholders as part of the national process of preparing tentative lists, to encourage states to refrain from including on tentative lists sites that may potentially raise issues before they are solved through a dialogue with concerned state parties. In total, the subgroup proposed 7 recommendations concerning the Para 68 of operational guidelines. As to the subgroup on sustainability of World Heritage Fund, at the beginning of our deliberations, we have had an overview on the financial situation of the World Heritage Fund. It was presented by the World Heritage Center. Despite significant efforts to increase voluntary funding, the system was now at a breaking point. There was an increasing number of sites inscribed on the World Heritage List and requisite demands, but a diminishing level of human and financial resources available for the convention. We recognize that this affected the ability to fulfill central objectives and statutory activities under the convention, such as conservation, international assistance, and capacity building. It was suggested that in order to promote sustainability of the World Heritage Fund, a holistic long-term vision and framework is needed. The group worked out an integrated roadmap for sustainability of the World Heritage Fund, outlining the various recommendations and options discussed and presenting them in a phased timeline. This roadmap is attached as an annex to the report of the ad hoc working group. The group discussed as well the importance of full and timely payment from all state parties, the idea to develop a comprehensive resource mobilization and communication strategy, but it was noted that more time should be devoted to discuss this issue. We discussed as well the feasibility of an optional protocol as a long-term measure. In total, the group prepared 14 recommendations to promote sustainability of the World Heritage Fund. As it was agreed that more time should be devoted to explore the ideas discussed during the meetings, the ad hoc working group proposed to extend the mandate for the next year. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, the outcomes of extensive and long discussions of the ad hoc working group are presented in the document 41-12A. The document contains as well the draft decisions under the item 12A itself and items 11 on the revisions of operational guidelines and item 14 on the report of the execution of the budget. The draft decisions reflect the results of our deliberations. We have decided to take this innovative approach to facilitate the proceedings during the 41st session. The draft decisions will be discussed in the coming days by the two working groups of the committee. In conclusion, let me thank Mr. Chairman, all members of the ad hoc working group for their commitment, help and active participation in the discussion. We would like also to thank other countries which participated in the open-ended meetings of the ad hoc working group. We hope that the recommendations prepared by the group will be adopted by the committee and will contribute to the enhancement of the system of World Heritage protection and will strengthen implementation of the Convention equitably and sustainably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for this presentation. Allow me, dear colleagues, to give the floor now and again to Dr. Resler, who will provide further information on document 12A. Dr. Resler, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and let me also thank Poland for the excellent chairpersonship of the ad hoc working group. As indicated in your timetable, we will keep this item open because of the other two working groups, because there is a reference between the budget and the operational guidelines group and item 12A, as the ambassador just mentioned. And this will allow us to prepare and adopt an agreed decision on Tuesday, 11th of July, as foreseen in our timetable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Director. Thank you very much for these explanations. Therefore, dear colleagues, we will leave item 12A. And thank you very much for your cooperation. It means that we can move now to item 5A. It is the next item concerning the report of the World Heritage Center on its activities. The report of the World Heritage Center on its activities will be introduced by the director of the center, obviously. I would like to give the floor, Dr. Resler. Please, madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You have the document 5A in front of you, but before introducing, just allow me to inform you of one small error. The name of the site of the Philippines, the historic town of Vigan, should be read as the historic city of Vigan, because you remember there was a name change adopted at the 40th session of the World Heritage Committee. This is in paragraph 21. Now, let me go through the structure of the document. First of all, on the structure and composition of the World Heritage Center, our Deputy Director of the Division for Heritage was recruited in fall 2016, and I'm very grateful to our Director General for this decision. Lazar is with us here on the other side of the podium, and his responsibilities include also all other heritage divisions which are part of the Division of Heritage, as well as the Emergency and Preparedness Unit. The number of posts financed through regular and extra budgetary funding sources has decreased over the last years, while the number of properties on the World Heritage List has increased to 1,052, and I believe this committee will add some more. And the tasks of the World Heritage Center have constantly increased. We are facing now a situation this is no longer sustainable, as explained already to you at the information session in UNESCO on 23rd of May. We are pleased, however, that we have obtained one post for natural heritage that should be effective shortly, and that was one of the requests from the committee in the past. I would like to thank very much China, Finland, Germany, Japan, Portugal, the Republic of Korea, Sweden and Turkey for their staff support with secondments, junior professionals, associate experts and non-reimbursable loan or other arrangements. And I would like to encourage others to follow. Now, concerning the expected results of the 38C5, the activities of the World Heritage Center are in line with the medium-term strategy 2014-21 and the approved program and budget for 2016-17 of the 38C5. As you know, for World Heritage, for this convention, one expected result was established: tangible heritage identified, protected, monitored and sustainably managed by member states, in particular through the effective implementation of the 1972 convention. 5 very clear performance indicators have been developed to track progress and achievements for this expected result. While the performance indicators focus on quantitative information, this presentation will provide concrete examples to illustrate how the Centre has worked with state parties, our advisor bodies and many other stakeholders to identify, protect, monitor and sustainably manage World Heritage. I would like to warmly welcome, and could you please put the slide on the warmly welcome? I would like to warmly welcome the 192nd and 193rd state parties to the World Heritage Convention, which entered into force on 9th March and 31st October 2016. And you see them here on the screen. I'm calling on all remaining countries to ratify this convention to make it fully universal. We are nearly there. Now, concerning the governing bodies, the key outcomes of the 40 sessions are as followed, and you have read the report of our rapporteur. The World Heritage Center prepared 47 documents. The committee adopted 239 decisions. It examined 156 state of conservation reports and inscribed 21 new properties on the World Heritage List. The decision report and the video recordings are available on the website of the 40th session. 2 working groups met during the 40th session on the operational guidelines and the budget working group, and the committee, by decision 40-15, decided to take up the matter on the sustainability of the fund into the mandate of the ad hoc working group, and we just have heard the report by the Ambassador of Poland. I would like to highlight the information session, which we held in May 2017, the orientation session, which we held for the committee members and anybody who is interested in May and July 2017. So it was held just yesterday. And this is in particular to support state parties in the preparation of this session. Now, concerning capacity building, there were a number of activities implemented in all regions of the world. In Africa, the partnership between the Centre and the African World Heritage Fund has been further developed. A Heritage Impact Assessment course was held in November 2016 in Tanzania, with over 30 participants from many African countries. In the Asia-Pacific region, the UNESCO Historic Urban Landscape recommendation was presented in national workshops held in Uzbekistan and Nepal in early 2017, the latter focusing on recovery and reconstruction to enhance the capacities of stakeholders to address the challenges after the 2015 earthquake. In the Europe and North American region, capacity development workshops were organized for site managers and many other stakeholders of 30 World Heritage sites involved in the recently launched initiative UNESCO World Heritage Journeys in Europe, which is a project funded by the EU to provide training in defining strategies and developing marketing and sustainable tourism management plans. In the Latin American and Caribbean region, we organized the third triennial World Heritage Marine Managers Conference in the Galapagos Islands in Ecuador in August 2016. The conference aimed to build capacity on climate adaptation strategies and market-based approaches to encourage sustainable fisheries and further strengthen the sharing of management solutions and best practices among the 49 marine World Heritage sites. During the conference, 7 World Heritage Marine sites in the Eastern Tropical Pacific region signed an agreement, the Carta de Punta Suarez, to scale up regional cooperation. Now, on nominations, with the 21 properties that were inscribed by the committee at its last session, the World Heritage list reached 1,052 properties, of which 814 are culture, 203 nature, and 35 mixed. There are currently 55 properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, and please note that 182 states parties have submitted a tentative list, out of which 176 state parties complied with the requirements of the operational guidelines. The World Heritage Center supports very much states in the process of updating tentative lists and the elaboration of best practice nomination files of sites. In the Asia-Pacific region, an expert meeting was organized in Kazakhstan in November 2016 for the Fergana-Siardia Silk Road Corridor, which involved 45 participants from state parties of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. The participants adopted an action plan which sets the way forward for the preparation of the nomination file of the Silk Roads of this corridor. In the Latin American and Caribbean region, a sub-regional workshop on the World Heritage Convention was organized by the Trinidad and Tobago National Commission for UNESCO in Port of Spain in November 2016 with the support and participation of the Center as well as the UNESCO offices of Havana and Kingston. Now, on sustainable development, which is a key issue for all of us here, the General Assembly adopted at its 20th session the policy for the integration of sustainable development perspective into the processes of the World Heritage Convention, which you recall was Resolution 20/GA13. Further details concerning the implementation of this policy are presented in document 5C, but let me highlight just a very few examples. The World Heritage Center endeavors to mainstream sustainable development in all its activities. For example, the revised periodic reporting format has fully taken on board the principles of this policy and the 2030 agenda and embedded them throughout the questionnaire as well as in the proposed monitoring indicators list and the analytical framework. In Africa, further to the operational action plan resulting from the international conference, Safeguarding African World Heritage as a Driver for Sustainable Development held in Arusha last year, and the Ngorongoro Declaration, several community-based heritage conservation projects have been launched, including sites such as the Île Saint-Louis in Senegal, the site of the Cliff of Bandiagara in the land of the Dogons in Mali, and the royal palaces of Abomey in Benin. In addition to these, the December 2016 issue of the World Heritage Review was dedicated to African heritage and sustainable development, focusing on African World Heritage as a driver for development and community benefits. As mentioned, you can find a list of activities on the implementation on the policy in document 5C. Now on conservation and thematic priorities. As you are well aware, during this session, the committee will examine 154 specific state of conservation reports that were prepared by the World Heritage Center together with the advisory bodies, including on 55 sites which are on the list of World Heritage in danger. In Africa, significant progress has been made in the framework of the European Union Finance Project on Central African World Heritage Forest Initiative, CAFI, through the allocation of grants to Lope Okanda in Gabon, Sanga Trinational in Congo, Cameroon and Central African Republic and the Jar Faunal Reserve in Cameroon, with a view to enhancing the management of these natural properties. As for the Arab region, the conservation of cultural and natural properties in a number of countries is a major challenge due to conflict situations, mainly due to the unprecedented level of damage to a number of heritage sites in the region, such as including World Heritage properties. Nevertheless, a number of activities were carried out, such as the International Expert Meeting for the Safeguarding of Libyan Cultural Heritage in May 2016, the first aid technical meeting follow-up to the World Heritage Committee decision on the ancient city of Damascus in November 2016, the International Coordination Conference on the Safeguarding of Cultural Heritage in the Liberated Areas of Iraq in February 2017, or the Technical Coordination Meeting on the Recovery of Aleppo in March 2017. In parallel, the Centre continues to mobilize the necessary expertise and extra budgetary resources to finance projects for Syria, Iraq, Libya and Yemen. Now, concerning thematic priorities, a number of meetings on heritage interpretation and memory sites took place in Rwanda, Korea, and one organized by Poland. You see here the one in Rwanda. And 2 thematic studies are currently being elaborated, one on the use of Criterion 6, financed by Germany, and another one on memory sites and interpretation, financed by the Korean Funds in Trust. Now, currently, on awareness raising, currently there are 109,000 members registered with the World Heritage Center website, which is quite a high amount. I was surprised myself to see this amount. The World Heritage website is the most visited UNESCO website. It received more than 1,111,000 visits per month. This figure, which amounts to 40% of the total visits of the UNESCO website, demonstrates growing global interest in World Heritage issues. The 2016-17 World Heritage Map was produced in collaboration with National Geographic Maps in English, French and Spanish. I would also like to specifically thank Poland for their support for the production of this map. Now, social media is being integrated ever more in the communication and outreach activities of the Secretariat, with Twitter, Facebook, Instagram being used as vehicles for disseminating information about World Heritage news, activities, competitions, calls for proposals, but also as platforms for capacity building. For example, an Instagram competition was launched in connection with the promotion of the World Heritage in Europe Today publication produced by for the general public, further to the completion of the second cycle of the periodic reporting for the European region. I think that such practices will be further developed and enhanced. As you know, the quarterly magazine World Heritage has a thematic focus for each of the issues and is available in print, app and online versions in 3 languages. As part of the awareness-raising activities related to conservation, the September 2016 issue of the review was dedicated to urban heritage, prepared in conjunction with and disseminated at the Habitat 3 conference in Quito in Ecuador. Now, concerning gender equality. Gender equality is one of the global priorities of UNESCO. The gender equality dimension is consistently integrated in the implementation of all activities carried out within the Centre, and 2 publications of the Centre on periodic reporting for Europe and North America, respectively, highlighted the importance of gender mainstreaming in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. providing also sex disaggregated data with regards to stakeholders involved in the World Heritage, and referring to the relevant chapter Achieving Gender Equality of the Sustainable Development Policy. And as you can see, we have also done a specific issue on this topic with the World Heritage Review. Now let me briefly also cover synergies with other conventions. As we are chairing the Cultural Conventions Liaison Group, we encouraged further efforts to reinforce synergies among the 6 cultural conventions. And there was also a meeting of the presidents of all the cultural conventions, which took place in conjunction with the 1970 convention last year, and there will be another one this year in conjunction with the 1954 convention. Within the framework of the revision of the periodic reporting format, the Centre ensured synergies with the other culture and biodiversity-related convention. As you know, the World Heritage Convention is the only biodiversity-related convention based at UNESCO. And these were taken into account, and relevant questions were integrated in this regard also in the periodic reporting format. The Centre has also developed a new webpage, which is this on the screen? Yes, you see it, /synergies, in order to better reflect the synergies with other culture and biodiversity-related conventions and programs. The Culture Conventions Liaison Group met to review working methods, planning for statutory meetings, and coordinate funding and resource mobilization. As I mentioned, this was also, the synergies was also covered by the meeting of the chairpersons, which focused on 2 major subjects: safeguarding of cultural heritage and cultural diversities in times of conflicts, and the role of the conventions with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Furthermore, the Centre has integrated relevant questions about the 2nd protocol of the Hague Convention in the revised periodic reporting format upon the decision of the World Heritage Committee at its 39th session in 2015. And the Centre also continues to be assisted by the Common Convention Services Unit, the CCS. For this unit, an evaluation was conducted between April and June 2017 in order to assess the effectiveness of this unit, and it is expected that the evaluation will provide necessary feedback as regards to further guidance of this team in the future. The Centre also participated in meetings of the Biodiversity Liaison Group with the other biodiversity-related conventions, and these meetings reviewed recent and forthcoming meetings under the different conventions and highlighted issues of strategic importance to all the BLG members. On 25th January 2017, the BLG members met again through a video conference to discuss a number of decisions adopted by the 13th Conference of Parties of the Convention on Biological Diversity. We also supported the Ramsar Convention of Wetlands by joining the 2017 Wetlands Day, dedicated to wetlands for disaster risk reduction in 2017. And we also participated in the 2016 IUCN World Heritage Conservation Congress held in Hawaii. And you can see here on the screen issue number 79 of the World Heritage Review, Planet at the Crossroads, focused on enhancing links between the natural and cultural heritage, which was prepared in conjunction with the IUCN Conservation Congress and disseminated over there. And the issue included actually a joint message from all the 7 secretaries of all biodiversity-related conventions. Now, finally, the follow-up to global decisions of the committee at the 40th session. The Secretariat has taken steps to implement several specific decisions of the committee adopted at the 40th session, which aimed at contributing a more informed decision-making process, enhancing the sustainability of the fund, and an inclusive involvement of the states parties of the Convention in the reflection on specific topics. These involve preparation and launch of online consultation on the upstream process, online consultation on the payment of the annual voluntary voluntary fee by World Heritage Properties, as well as a mapping study concerning advisory services by other conventions and programs. Mr. Chair, the draft decision is on page 17 in the English version and 18 in the French version. And as mentioned in the beginning, there are also 5 annexes to the document, but I'm not going into detail, I promise you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Ressler, thank you very much indeed for this very useful presentation. It is always a challenge to be short if the activities are so rich. I would like now to know whether there are any comments on this agenda item. I shall give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I congratulate you on your election and my best wishes for a successful session under your able leadership. I also would like to extend my deep appreciation to Dr. Hosler for her excellent work. My delegation would like to draw your attention on the activities of the Center related to heritage interpretation under the Performance Indicator 5. The World Heritage Policy Paper on Sustainable Development, adopted at the 20th General Assembly, highlights a core dimension of peace and security. We believe the most amicable way to achieve this is to actively engage various stakeholders within the process of constructing interpretation. This enables all people to connect to the heritage by explaining their significance and values, including dark aspects embedded in the heritage. With the full recognition of the importance of interpretation strategy, the Republic of Korea had successfully organized 2 seminars on heritage interpretation last year in Istanbul and in Korea. This year, we are conducting a thematic study on the interpretation of the site of memory, and the result will be presented in a conference in November. I hope many of you could join us in this meaningful event. Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, you may recall the decision on the inscription of sites of Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution at the 39th session and the committee's recommendation on the interpretive strategy. Thanks to the concerted efforts of all parties involved, the committee was able to make its recommendations by consensus. Since the adoption of the committee 2 years ago, however, we have seen so far no tangible progress. Now, with the deadline of the progress report fast approaching, the Republic of Korea is deeply concerned about the current state of implementation. Therefore, I would like to urge Japan to implement the committee's recommendation in good faith, as it had promised to do so, and as necessary in close cooperation and consultation with the Republic of Korea. Considering all efforts of the international community, this should not become a forgotten agenda. I strongly hope the victory of diplomacy, as praised by then Chairperson Madame Bemmer of Germany, could end as the story of full success, not a half success. To this end, I'd like to request all committee members, World Heritage Center, and advisory bodies be united to encourage Japan in its endeavors in implementing committee's recommendations faithfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I can see at the moment 10 respected state parties ready to go. The first is Poland. Poland, you have the floor.
I would like to congratulate the Secretary of UNESCO for your excellent work, and now in relation to 66 points of the report of UNESCO, I would like to present the conclusions concerning the Council of Experts held at the House of Wannsee Conference in Berlin on April 7th of this year. As you know, the Council of Experts was organized with the presence of the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum, National Board of Poland, and Polish National Commission of UNESCO and ICROM, and many other very important organizations. And the main conclusion of the Wannsee Memorandum that were recommended for the former concentration camp and extermination centers located beyond the borders of Poland. The following standards of the management recommended were: emulation of the practices developed by the Auschwitz Museum, by the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, expressing extremely significant for UNESCO principles of authenticity, integrity of artifacts and archival collections, and international cooperation. Development of educational form with respect for the true and based on international dialogue and cooperation. Collecting artifacts that belong to the victims, name tags, shoes, suitcase, etc., and archival documentation, documents, photographs, films, maps, and storing in situ, on the spot. Establishing preservation laboratories in situ. Conducting archaeological research on the basis of international cooperation and under rabbinical supervision. Functioning of an advisory and opinionative body patterned after the International Auschwitz Council. Performing solid research on the victims as well as perpetrators. The obligation to include in the permanent exhibition information materials as well as on the internet websites clear information about the percentage of prisoners deported and murdered according to the citizenship and nationality of the victims. Recognition of the above-mentioned practices of the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial as a universal fully reflects the symbolic significance of this site, which was emphasized by this entry to World Heritage List. It's also a precondition for the remembrance, which should stand as a warning and lesson for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. The floor goes to Portugal. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me congratulate you on the chairmanship of our meeting. I wish you all the best, and I assure you that you can count on Portugal's loyal support. Allow me through you to thank Poland for her warm hospitality and for organizing this session of the committee. I also want to thank Dr. Rösler for her comprehensive report. We praise the Centre for its continuous efforts to streamline its activities under continued financial and human constraints. The report rightly underlines several challenges that are not only challenges for the Centre, but are indeed challenges to all of us as responsible state parties. I will mention some very briefly. First, the issue of nominations, of course, where we have over the years witnessed a kind of divorce between the recommendations given by the advisory bodies and the final decisions taken by the committee. This is neither good for the committee nor for the advisory bodies, for finally, it undermines the credibility of both. We have to ask ourselves, how can we improve our collective work better to reduce these disparities in our respective assessments? Secondly, there is also a problem concerning the increasing regional unbalance in the World Heritage List, despite the efforts made. I praise the Centre and the advisory bodies for their continuous engagement to work with Africa and the SIDS in view of identifying potential future nominations dossiers. This work should be pursued in a consistent way. Thirdly, for Portugal, one of the main indicators of how effective our collective work has been is indeed the way we address protection and conservation of World Heritage. It is never too much to say that protection and conservation are at the heart of the 1972 Convention. Nominations may certainly be part of this effort to protect and preserve heritage, but this should not be a race to inscribe properties on the list, no matter what and at whatever cost, as if inscribed sites were like gold medals in the Olympics. I fear that if we continue at this pace, we can endanger the credibility of the World Heritage List itself. We have often appealed for restraint in this area, and we renew this appeal again. A useful step in this direction would be for countries sitting in the committee to refrain from presenting candidatures during their mandate, as we have often suggested. This being said, I am confident that we also address the state of conservation reports these coming days in a responsible and constructive way, bearing in mind that our collective responsibility must be placed above our individual interests. Allow me to conclude by addressing, albeit briefly, another very important dimension of inadequate protection and promotion of our common historical heritage, already mentioned by Ambassador Lee. I mean interpretation. The history of any country is made both of periods of light and periods of shadow, sometimes of darkness even. Portugal is no exception. What is important in addressing each of our histories is to take all these elements as a whole, as equal components of a common national narrative, even if it's sometimes difficult to acknowledge certain facts. Any heritage property, Mr. President, is more than a monument or a site. Its significance goes well beyond. Each has a meaning. Each witnesses events and people relate to them in different ways. Many mean different things for different peoples. That is why a correct interpretation of any historical site is so important, constituting also a powerful means to raise knowledge and awareness, an important tool to further education and to promote dialogue, inclusiveness, understanding, and ultimately peace. In Bonn, we arrived at an understanding that allowed for the inscription of the Meiji sites. We trust that this understanding will be respected. I'm sure that it will. For upholding the mutual trust among members, which is at the heart of the work of this committee, is fundamental. To conclude, Mr. President, thank you for your generosity. Allow me to also to congratulate the accession of South Sudan and Timor-Leste to our convention, making it a virtually universal normative instrument. It gives me much pleasure to especially welcome Timor-Leste, with whom we share history, language, and deep affections. Its presence among us will further strengthen the increasing cooperation between the community of Portuguese-speaking countries and UNESCO in various fields of their respective mandates. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, and let me please remind you all that His Excellency, the Ambassador of Portugal, according to the rules of procedure, is the first Deputy Chairperson of this very session. I'm looking forward, Excellency. Now the floor goes to Finland. Finland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Finland would like to thank the World Heritage Center and Dr. Rössler for the comprehensive report and once again the impressive amount of work undertaken to implement the Convention. We are particularly pleased about the planned establishment of a P4 post for natural heritage in the next General Conference that will help address the gap on representation of natural heritage expertise in the Centre. While this is a step to the right direction, we highlight the importance of paying continuous attention to that sufficient expertise is available at the Centre both for cultural and natural heritage. Finland is pleased to have been able to extend the term of the Finnish-funded JPO in the Centre, who is focusing on natural heritage in Africa. We welcome the ongoing work to enhance synergies both with cultural and biodiversity-related conventions, including the new webpage on synergies, and encourage the Centre to continue this cooperation. We also welcome the efforts to mainstream sustainable development throughout the activities of the Centre. As to the credibility of the World Heritage List, the report contains some quite revealing statistics. In over half of all nominations discussed last year, the committee did not follow the recommendations by the advisory bodies. Last year, 15, and this year, 12 of the SOC reports come from properties inscribed the previous year, mostly related to lack of adequate management plan. By inscribing properties that require SOC reporting the following year, we are adding up to our own workload and that of the Secretariat and advisory bodies. In the dire resource situation, this is hardly sustainable. We need to take better into account the requirements for nominated properties described in the operational guidelines in order to maintain the credibility of this convention. Another concern we have relates to the balance of the World Heritage List. For instance, last year only one nomination came from the African region, while 7 from Europe and North America. We should focus our efforts to support nominations from underrepresented regions and types of properties in order to increase the balance of the World Heritage List. In that regard, we welcome the reports on World Heritage in the high seas as well as the Arctic Marine Sites report. Finally, with regard to gender equality, Finland would like to emphasize that gender equality should not only be seen as a number of female participants to meetings or trainings. It has to be a cross-cutting vision in order to ensure that all World Heritage Site management takes into account and involves genders in an equal manner, including in possible benefit sharing. And finally, I just want to thank Polish authorities for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangement we have been provided for. At personal level, it's great to be back in Krakow. My last visit here was in 1986 as a university student, that's 31 years ago. Thank you.
Excellency, thank you very much indeed. It was really many years ago, but Krakow has been already inscribed. Thank you. Now I shall pass the floor to Indonesia. Indonesia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As this is the first time the Indonesian delegation takes the floor, I would like to begin by extending Indonesia's congratulations to your election as the chair of the 41st session of the World Heritage Committee. Let me assure you of the continued support of Indonesia in ensuring the well accomplishment of your responsibility. I also would like to express Indonesia's appreciation to the government of Poland and the people of the great city of Krakow for hosting the 41st session of the World Heritage Committee, and to the Madam Director of the World Heritage Center and the entire staffs of the Secretariat for the commendable execution of the Center's mandates and for the drafting of the reports. Mr. Chairperson, protecting the world's heritage has for decades been a core priority for UNESCO. Indonesia remains strong in its conviction that culture and development are mutually reinforcing, and that nature conservation constitutes an indispensable component for our present and future lives. The World Heritage Convention is a platform for world action in the protection and conservation of natural and cultural heritage. My delegation therefore reaffirms the critical importance of the World Heritage Center in ensuring the full implementation of the Convention. Mr. Chairperson, the Republic of Indonesia takes the opportunity to reiterate the strengthening capacity and further developing multi-stakeholders approach in the protection and conservation of World Heritage should guide the Center in its future activities. We are delighted to see several activities that gave effect to the adaptation and mitigation to climate change and encourage the Center to expand activities in this area. Particular attention should be given not only to the identification of the impact of climate change, but also to develop capacities to minimize the impact. Raising awareness of people, notably youth and local communities, will also make a difference to our efforts in preserving world heritage. While supporting the continuation of this activity, we also ask the Center to increase efforts in helping state parties to create a policy to raise awareness of people on the importance of the World Heritage Convention, and to implement the decision of the World Heritage Committee, coherence in their natural and cultural policies. Last year, the World Heritage Center assisted Indonesia in developing sustainable tourism strategies for Subak, Bali, the traditional Balinese irrigation system in the Balinese cultural landscape. The strategy is aimed at promoting tourism on site and minimizing its negative impacts, as well as strengthening local participation in preservation of the site. We look forward to see similar approach is implemented in other heritage sites of Indonesia and elsewhere in the world. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And now I shall pass the floor to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, the floor is yours.
As I am taking the floor for the first time, Chairperson, I want to thank you and congratulate you on your running of this meeting. I also want to thank the government and the people of Poland for the warm welcome we have received and also for the excellent facilities that are at our disposal. Zimbabwe congratulates the World Heritage Center for the report and the excellent work done with limited resources. We congratulate the Center for the strategic partnerships formed with key stakeholders in Africa. We are pleased with the cooperation between the Center and the Africa World Heritage Fund. We also commend the efforts of the Center in addressing key African priorities, namely sustainable development, sustainable development and heritage, capacity building, youth participation, and heritage protection and management of sites in times of conflict. We hope that this work and other efforts will result in more African properties being inscribed on the World Heritage List. I would like to stress that this capacity development, particularly for preparing of nominations, is still a gap that requires more filling. We thank the governments that have provided extra budgetary support to programs in Africa, as well as to the Africa World Heritage Foundation. Zimbabwe welcomes the synergies that the Center is forming with other cultural conventions. This facilitates member states in having a holistic view on heritage issues. In particular, in my country, we have recently formed a Department of Heritage, and the work that the Center is doing will be helpful as we formulate our strategies for this department. In reference to the call by Ambassador Lee of South Korea, we call upon the Center to work with the two concerned state parties to ensure implementations of the decisions made in Bonn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And now I'm passing the floor to Tunisia. Tunisia, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Tunisie voudrait tout d'abord vous féliciter et à travers vous, le gouvernement polonais, pour la qualité de l'accueil et la grande organisation que l'on voit et l'on apprécie depuis notre arrivée ici. Je souhaite également, au nom de la Tunisie, féliciter le Centre du patrimoine mondial, à sa tête Madame Rossler, pour la qualité du travail qui a été fait et qui transparaissait d'ailleurs de manière très claire à travers son rapport. On se félicite notamment dans les directions d'ouverture vers la jeunesse, vers l'égalité entre les genres, mais également dans la direction de la protection du patrimoine dans des situations très très difficiles. La Tunisie témoigne au passage de sa reconnaissance et de son appréciation de toutes les bonnes dispositions qu'elle a trouvées auprès du Centre du patrimoine mondial. Nous avons eu un soutien en matière d'appui technique quant à la formation des compétences. Et la Tunisie, à travers ce soutien du centre, a élargi ça pour toute la région dans la direction de la construction et la consolidation des capacités et d'expertise en matière de conservation du patrimoine. Nous nous félicitons également de la coopération technique autour de quelques sites sur la liste indicative que la Tunisie souhaite voir évoluer, notamment sur le site de l'île de Djerba. Également, la présence en force et soulignée remarquable du centre lors des festivités à Paris des 20 ans de l'inscription du site de Douga nous a énormément fait plaisir. Nous vous renouvelons nos félicitations et notre appui. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Excellency. And now the floor goes to Peru. Peru, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We want to start our express our congratulations to you for your presidency. We want to express that we wish all the best. We would like to thank to the Secretariat for the report presented on the activities and achievements of the World Heritage Center in the past year. We believe that this is a detailed report, and this is also a product of a report based on a functional structure of indicators. In particular, we would like to highlight, as is described in the report, the implementation of training activities at the regional level, focused in priorities identified by the committee related to the conservation of status of sites. With regard to the conservation indicator, the report highlights what is crucial for the work in this area, that there's a continuous dialogue between the center, the consultative bodies, and the states party, which has resulted in the safeguarding of the exceptional universal value of certain sites and the strengthening of the credibility of the work of the committee. We want to recognize the strong relations between the states and also the World Heritage Center. We want to express our gratitude to the team of the World Heritage Center, especially the team who were actually coordinated with us as government of Peru. Again, on the identification of priorities, the draft decision emphasized the holding of 3 expert meetings on Criterion 6 in Korea, also in Poland, and also in Rwanda. We agree in the importance of the interpretation for the conservation of the World Heritage Sites, since only in the deep knowledge of a site and its meaning we can deal to an effective preservation and protection. In this regard, the ambassador of Korea make a reference related to the decision 39-AB 14 adopted in Bonn in 2015, referring to the site of the Meiji Industrial Revolution, and in which the committee recommended inter alia, the elaboration of a strategic interpretation of the property, giving an emphasis on how each site can contribute to the same exceptional universal value, reflecting one or more phases of the industrialization, and also allows the understanding of the entire history of the site. We believe this is another example of the relevance of the interpretation and the importance that this can have in the understanding of a site by the communities as a starting point of its better conservation and preservation. On this subject, the committee will wait the report of the state party on progress in the adoption of the recommendation. We are sure that we are going to receive positive news about this, this topic will be considered in the next session of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Kuwait. Kuwait, the floor is yours, Excellency.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, je vous félicite pour votre élu comme président pour ce comité. Et je remercie le gouvernement de Pologne pour l'accueil parfait. Ma délégation se félicite des activités menées par le Centre de patrimoine dans la région arabe, collaboration avec des partenaires et les bureaux hors siège, en particulier le Centre régional de patrimoine mondial dans la région arabe. Ces activités se sont concentrées principalement dans la préservation du patrimoine culturel exposé à la destruction. En conséquence, ma délégation appelle le secrétariat à redoubler ses efforts pour renforcer les capacités des pays arabes qui témoignent de la destruction de leur patrimoine. Concernant le sujet du Japon et la Corée, la délégation de mon pays invite les 2 pays partis, le Japon et la République de Corée, à entretenir des dialogues dans un esprit de compréhension afin de parvenir à un accord mutuel et consensus. Merci.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Jamaica. Jamaica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Jamaica would like to take the opportunity, Chair, to congratulate you, and we wish you every success over the next few days on your chairmanship. We also would like to thank Poland for the hospitality extended to delegates thus far. Jamaica wishes to use the opportunity to applaud the World Heritage Center for its work. We note, Mr. Chair, that even though their workload has increased, their budgets have not. And as such, it really is important for us to encourage the center to continue in its mandate, and rest assured that Jamaica will continue to support the activities that the center engages in. Mr. Chair, we are particularly heartened that small island developing states continue to benefit under specialized programs despite the constraints on the budget. We are particularly keen on areas such as climate change, which we note will come up for some amount of discussion during this year's session of the World Heritage Committee. Jamaica has had the privilege, especially in recent weeks, to have hosted the first ever of its kind in the Caribbean region, a World Heritage Symposium that looked specifically at climate change, and we were able to benefit from expertise coming from UNESCO and worked with several site managers from World Heritage sites within the Caribbean. We want to see more of this happening, and we're very, very encouraged that the World Heritage Center has supported these initiatives in so many ways. Finally, Mr. Chairman, we continue to urge the World Heritage Center to utilize platforms that seem to be working for the center. For example, we note the awareness building initiatives that were mentioned. For example, we discussed whether the membership that was highlighted as being very significant, over 100,000 membership noted on the World Heritage website. Do we have a profile of some of these members? We believe that we should really find creative ways of engaging that membership. Does it include private sector membership? We really do believe that there is an opportunity for us to be able to engage various groupings to see how best they can support the work of the World Heritage Center, and by extension, the work of all of us who are seated in this room in terms of our efforts to preserve and safeguard the world's heritage for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Now I have the pleasure to pass the floor to Philippines. Philippines, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. We would like to thank you and the government and people of Poland for hosting us so graciously in the beautiful city of Krakow. Arrangements have been excellent, and we look forward to a fruitful session under your leadership. We thank Director Rosler and her entire team for the report. Each year, the center impresses us with the high quality of their work while operating under resource constraints. We commend projects in Africa which aim to build capacity and promote a more representative and balanced World Heritage List. The Marine World Heritage Program continues to do valuable work. We appreciate the support to the Philippines' application for particularly sensitive sea area status under the IMO for Tubataha Reefs Natural Park. We therefore appreciate the study on the impacts of climate change on World Heritage coral reefs. We also note the progress made in utilizing social media for outreach and encourage further development of innovative approaches. In relation to paragraph 55 of the report, we reiterate the importance of changing the perception of danger listing by bringing to the fore its positive aspects, such as being a catalyst for reinforced support and cooperation nationally and internationally. We therefore hope the information material requested by the committee last year shall be produced as soon as possible, and we have submitted an amendment to the draft decision in this regard. We welcome discussions to develop greater synergies among UNESCO's cultural conventions. The annual meeting of chairpersons can be built upon and made more interactive, strategic, and action-oriented. We likewise support coordination with UNESCO biosphere reserves and geoparks and welcome development of guidelines on complementarity of these designations, for instance, at the stage of tentative lists and the upstream process. We recognize the good work of the PACT strategy and note the existing partnerships listed in the annex. As discussed by the ad hoc working group, more effective mobilization of resources is needed to ensure sustainability of the World Heritage Fund. Lastly, Mr. Chairperson, with a view to supporting efforts aimed at promoting peace and constructive dialogue among all states parties, we wish to add our voice to those which have highlighted the importance of effective follow-up and implementation of committee decisions, especially those arrived at through intense negotiations and very difficult compromises from all sides, as this would strengthen the credibility of the committee and reaffirm the role of our convention in contributing to international understanding and building mutual trust and respect amongst different peoples and cultures, often still grappling with the past, but looking forward together towards a brighter future. Dziękuję bardzo, Mr. President.
Thank you. Due to the respected delegation of Philippines, Polish language is becoming a real international language. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Turkey. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Our delegation wishes you a very successful session, Professor Puszta, in this Krakow meeting in this very beautiful city. We commend heartily the excellent work of the World Heritage Center, despite well-known financial and personnel difficulties in pursuit of expected results, with an aim of better implementing the 1972 Convention. We also believe that effective implementation of capacity building strategies in cooperation with advisory bodies is rather essential in terms of enhancing preparations for nominations and following the post-inscription processes. With reference to the conservation of properties, examination of their state of conservation shouldn't be seen as a burden, since one of the core objectives of the Convention is to ensure an efficient system of collective protection. We should also keep mainstreaming sustainable development perspective as appropriate in our current and future activities related to World Heritage, which paves the way for realizing the 2030 agenda in the cultural sector. A balanced approach, indeed, between incorporating new thematic areas to the mandate of the Secretariat and paying attention to its scarce resources, capacity, and workload seems also another necessity. We must continue our efforts to support the Centre either through secondments of extra budgetary resources, bearing in mind UNESCO's global priorities. Additionally, we believe that state parties' collaboration and constructive dialogue is key to the healthy functionality of the 1972 Convention. The implementation of the committee's recommendations in good time will help us greatly in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now I'm passing the floor to Lebanon. Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Monsieur le Président, notre délégation félicite les autorités polonaises pour l'organisation et l'hospitalité à l'occasion de la tenue de cette 41e session à Cracovie. De même que la directrice et l'équipe du Centre du patrimoine mondial pour leur travail hautement professionnel. En ce qui concerne la requête du distingué délégué de Corée, nous souhaitons vivement que la présidence veille à ce que les efforts diplomatiques inouïs consentis à Bonn par les 21 pays membres du comité y compris le Japon et la Corée, pour arriver à une résolution consensuelle, perdure. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Excellence. And now I'm passing the floor to Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Au nom de ma délégation, je voudrais d'abord féliciter Madame la directrice et son équipe pour les différentes activités qui ont été menées depuis la dernière session. Le rapport est fort appréciable dans son ensemble et je voulais juste faire un commentaire au niveau du titre sur le renforcement des capacités. À ce niveau, je voulais souligner que le Centre du patrimoine a réalisé effectivement plusieurs activités en Afrique. Nous citons à ce titre le Forum des jeunes d'Afrique francophone sur le patrimoine mondial au Burkina Faso, qui a été conjointement organisé avec le Fonds du patrimoine africain. Nous saluons cette initiative et cette synergie d'action entre le Centre et le Fonds du patrimoine africain qui a permis de sensibiliser une cinquantaine de jeunes afin de les impliquer dans la promotion du patrimoine mondial en Afrique. Monsieur le Président, le succès de la Convention de 1972 dépendra également de l'assistance technique aux États parties et c'est pourquoi ma délégation voulait ici insister sur le développement de l'expertise locale et régionale avec l'appui du Centre, aussi bien durant le processus d'inscription, mais également pour l'état de conservation. S'agissant des décisions du comité et en lien avec ce que l'ambassadeur de Corée a relevé, ma délégation voudrait encourager le Centre et les parties concernées à poursuivre leurs efforts pour une mise en œuvre effective des décisions du comité. Et pour terminer, je voudrais, au nom de ma délégation, vous féliciter pour votre élection et aussi pour l'hospitalité qu'offre la Pologne au comité pour sa 41e session. C'est vrai que quelques difficultés ont été rencontrées par certaines délégations pour les visas, mais nous avons, en concertation avec les autorités polonaises, essayé de remédier à cela et nous voulons vous remercier pour ça. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. Thank you very much, Excellency. And now I'm passing the floor to Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Poland for excellent organization of this committee and to wish all the best for the chair, you, Professor Jacek Puchla. We are confident that under your able chairmanship, this committee will be very smooth and efficient, and my delegation is committed also to support you in this task. I would like to thank Dr. Rossler and the Secretariat for this very detailed and clear report, and would like to highlight some points in this report. First of all, we strongly believe that two global priorities of UNESCO, namely support to Africa and gender equality, are very important in all spheres of its work, and including 1972 Convention. And we welcome the Secretariat efforts in this regard. We also welcome the Secretariat capacity building strategy, and we took note with satisfaction that very holistic and regional-based approach were applied in building up this strategy. So every region, the capacity building strategy in the regions were built taking into account the regional's priorities. But we believe that more youth organization and more youth activities should be involved in this capacity building. We believe that more site managers and local authorities should be involved in this process. And in conflict-affected areas, perhaps the military also must be included in all these capacity building activities. In this case, I would like to move to the synergies, which were very professionally also highlighted by Madame Rossler. The synergies between the cultural conventions, and namely with the 1954 Convention, is very important. Azerbaijan, being a member of two committees, 72 and 54, see the necessity of the coordination and synergies between two conventions. There are several very important proposals and initiatives in this regard, and we think that our committee should pay more attention to this issue in future. When it comes to the thematic priorities, we would like to thank Poland, Korea, and Rwanda for assisting the Secretariat in elaborating those thematic guidelines, namely on interpretation of the World Heritage. We believe that in this issue, the dialogue and the good spirit and the good faith should prevail, and we call upon the all state parties concerned to engage in this constructive dialogue. Last but not least, I would like to highlight very important awareness-raising activities. I think these awareness-raising activities are not only increasing the visibility of UNESCO and its convention, but it might also attract badly needed support from member states and also from private partnership, from private institutions. And in this way, I would suggest to Secretariat to further strengthen and develop the awareness-raising activities through social media and dedicated website. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you also for very kind words addressed to myself. And now I'm passing the floor to the United Republic of Tanzania. Tanzania, the floor is yours.
Excellency Chair, first and foremost, the United Republic of Tanzania delegation would like to congratulate you for the manner in which you are steering our meeting. Indeed, we commend the World Heritage Center for these notable achievements, particularly, and not only the recruitment of a Deputy Director, a son of Africa, but also the efforts to reinforce synergies among the 6 culture conventions over the period of about 1 year. While the United Republic of Tanzania delegation takes note of the activities undertaken by the World Heritage Center, pursuit of the expected results, it also takes note of the results of the experts' meetings undertaken on criteria 6 and on memory sites, and the priority that has been rendered to the African region. The United Republic of Tanzania delegation welcomes the proactive role of the World Heritage Center for enhancing the synergies among the culture and biodiversity-related conventions and the programs. The United Republic of Tanzania delegation is very pleased with the working relations that exist among the World Heritage Center, African World Heritage Fund, and the advisory bodies in terms of technical and material support. Lastly, the United Republic of Tanzania delegation would like to support the submission by the State Party of South Korea and echoed by Burkina Faso, and wishes to encourage the State Party of Japan to work together with the Heritage Center to ensure timely implementation of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm passing the floor to Angola. Angola, the floor is yours. Go ahead, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Pour gagner de temps, nous voulons tout simplement renforcer ce que a dit le Burkina Faso et surtout insister sur la bonne marche de rapprochement et synergie entre le Centre du patrimoine et le Fonds du patrimoine africain en ce qui concerne l'objectif de renforcement des capacités et surtout l'assistance que nous devons du centre en ce qui concerne la démarche pour la stratégie de levée des fonds. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, as I can see, we've got 17 interventions from the respected state parties. So it's now time. One observer, Japan. And I'm sorry, Cuba, as the member of the committee, is of course first. It will be the 18th intervention in this long line. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief, but we would like to thank the World Heritage Center for the support for actions such as the organizing of the Caribbean meeting about the climate change and the World Heritage Sites first. Secondly, the support of the CELAT Action Plan, and as well the support for the organization of the project for the identification of the community tourism in Latin America, which is very important in order to identify the issues regarding to the impact of the tourism in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just looking if there are any more interventions from the side of committee members. I see none. So the floor goes to Japan. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the government of Japan, I would like to take the floor regarding the sites of Japan's Meiji Industrial Revolution. First, Japan sincerely respects all the recommendations made by the committee at the time of its inscription of the property. In particular, we have been earnestly continuing our best efforts to produce a progress report to be submitted by December this year as requested by the committee. The Japanese government is currently in the process of drafting an appropriate interpretive strategy under the National Conservation Committee of the property, with advice from the expert committee on the industrial heritage, which comprises relevant experts, domestic and international. We would like to reaffirm our commitment to preparing the interpretive strategy, including appropriate measures such as establishment of information center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Germany. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, dziękuję to the Republic of Poland and the city of Krakow of being such a wonderful host in the wonderful city of Krakow. As representative of the host country of the 39th session of Bonn, where the Meiji sites were inscribed, we feel we could also say a few words only regarding that inscription. Like other delegations already did, Germany would just like to recall the spirit of consensus and of mutual confidence of both concerned parties, which was the basis of that decision and its recommendation. We continue to trust in that spirit, and we therefore remain confident in the timely follow-up of this decision and its implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. If there are no more interventions, I can see none. I shall thank you, and I would like to ask Dr. Rösler to answer your questions. Dr. Rösler, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank all committee members and observers for the very rich debate and all the congratulatory remarks you made on the Centre's work. On behalf of my colleagues, I would like to thank you for these interventions and for all the comments you made. Now, there were a number of comments I would like to give you feedback. First of all, of course, on the Meiji sites, which was mentioned by a number of delegations, the World Heritage Center is always ready to facilitate dialogue, but I would like to highlight the decision 8B14 taken in Bonn, that the report by Japan is due on the 1st of December this year. So whatever is needed, the World Heritage Center will do the necessary, but I trust that all the state parties to this convention comply with the decisions of the committee, as was mentioned. Now, I would like to thank Minister Gawin from Poland for her intervention, and I would like to inform you that the outcome of the Wannsee meeting is uploaded not only on the webpage of the Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum, but it's also uploaded now on the World Heritage Center webpage, both in English and French, for those who are interested in this topic. Then I would like to comment on a number of issues which relate to the credibility of the work of the World Heritage Committee and the credibility of the convention. This was mentioned by a number of you, including Finland and Poland and Portugal especially. There are already provisions in the operational guidelines which you are of course very much familiar, which are the provisions under item 2B, which is the global strategy and the representative balance and credible World Heritage List, which encourages specifically those countries which are already well represented on the World Heritage List to space their nominations or slow down, this is the wording, slow down their rate of submission of nominations, and that is especially to leave the space for countries from underrepresented regions. Concerning inscriptions against the advice from the advisory body and the increasing rate of these, there has been an audit which was presented to this World Heritage Committee, and the World Heritage Committee since 2011 has discussed that in depth. So those countries who are not aware, which are not aware of this, I recommend that you go back to the report of the auditors and the decisions of the committee in this regard. Now, I would also like to make some comments on the issue of climate change, which is definitely of growing importance, not only for states parties, but actually the site managers who are here with us, thanks to Poland, because they have a site manager meeting. And this is definitely important issues which was discussed by the World Heritage Committee since their meeting in South Africa in 2005, and the adoption of the climate change policy by the General Assembly of State Parties, which is the body which looked into these overall policy issues. But Mr. Chair, we discussed that a little bit further under item 7, because we have a separate chapter under item 7 on issues related to climate change. But I acknowledge the interventions by Indonesia, Philippines and Jamaica, and welcome also the result of the recent meetings which were held in the Caribbean. And this was mentioned by Cuba as well. I would like to thank the Philippines for reminding us on the proposal on danger listing to make better use of the danger listing provisions, which was when the convention was established. The idea was to get the support of the whole community, the international community, to support these sites on the danger list. And with the limited resources we have at UNESCO, I think it's very important to have your support of all the stakeholders in the room to better support the sites on the ground, especially the sites under threat. And we have on the 7th of July a specific meeting of the Pact, on Pact to encourage further support by the private sector, but we have also a meeting of the marketplace, as we call it. So you will have the first speed dating. I hope there are lots of donors coming to this event and looking at the projects for which we have at the moment no funding. So this will be also a new approach we are developing here. I have also taken note on all the matters on awareness raising. Definitely we try to improve our awareness raising, and we will certainly better use our webpage and the social media, which is growing. Now, a number of you have mentioned young people and their implication in World Heritage. We welcome very much the results of the meeting in Burkina Faso. This was also mentioned by Azerbaijan and Finland, and I would like to tell you they are here. They are up there, the young people from the Youth Forum. You will listen to them in a short while, but I think it's very, very important and very dear to all of us here, to our chairperson and myself. Finally, on the issue of synergies, I think this is very, very important, not only among the cultural conventions at UNESCO, the 6 cultural conventions, of which many of you are members, but also among the biodiversity conventions mentioned by Finland. And in this regard, I would also like to thank Azerbaijan for financing the military manual, which we can use both for the 1954 and the 1970 convention, especially for sites and areas in conflict region. That's all, Mr. Chair, I would like to say at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ressler. If so, I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 41.5a, which is contained in point 7 of the document you have in front of you. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Yes, Chair. Mr. Chair, we have received one amendment for this item from 2 distinguished members, Philippines and Turkey. This is it from the floor. They've added one paragraph, and this is going to be a paragraph 6. And it reiterates its request to the World Health Committee in consultation with advisory body and state party to promote better understanding of implication and benefit of properties being inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, and to develop appropriate information material in this regard with a view to overcome the negative perception of lists of World Heritage in danger. The information material should be highlight the importance of protection of outstanding universal value. So this is the only amendment we have. Following this, so our draft decision now will have 8 paragraphs instead of 7 paragraphs. But Mr. Chair, I have a question to members, committee. Last year, distinguished committee took the same decision in the article item 7, and now the distinguished member from Philippines and Turkey, if they wanted to keep consistencies, I would like to ask them, would they prefer to keep this amendment in this decision, or we can take it to decision 7, as you did it last year? The committee took decision 7, the same paragraph. So to keep consistencies, will you still keep it here, or will you take it to the item 7? This is the only question.
Thank you. Shall I ask the respected delegation of Philippines to respond, please? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much to our rapporteur. We're open to the suggestion. We placed it here because it was mentioned in the report under 5A. Therefore, we presented this amendment here because as you had mentioned, it was adopted already last year under item 7. So we are flexible as long as the committee can adopt this language. But again, we submitted it because it was mentioned in paragraph 55 of the report under 5A.
I think to keep it consistent. Portugal.
Thank you. The floor goes to Portugal. Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure I didn't miss something, but I fully agree with what the rapporteur said, and I thank the Philippine delegation for also joining or being open to the suggestion. I think it does make more sense to have it again under Decision 7 than here, and that does not diminish in any way the importance of this. We have to have it somewhere, but I think it's more consistent to have it under 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. As I understand, the point is that we shall simply be consistent with the original version, remembering about item 7. Finland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finland warmly supports this amendment wherever we will place it, because it is very important to understand what the lists and the list endangered sites is for. We also want to thank Secretariat for the orientation session yesterday, new kind of orientation session, which was very clear and made very clearly understood what the convention is for and what these lists are for. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more interventions? I see none. It means that we have this very clear position, just coming back to the previous original text, and bearing in mind that we will come back, as item 7 is concerned, to this essential important amendment. Dr. Resler, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just want to react on the intervention of Finland. We are very pleased that you like the orientation session. I think it's very, very important to have that, and the feedback will be used by my colleagues sitting there from ICRAM, who are coordinating with the World Heritage Center. So we will take your feedback for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Resler. So is there any other comment or objection? I see none. I therefore now declare decision 41.5a adopted. Thank you very much. And the good news is that we are roughly 30 minutes ahead the agenda, and if so, I do suggest to start with item 5b and to have more time free at the afternoon. And if so, I understand that advisory bodies are kind enough to join us, as our next item is simply the reports of the advisory bodies on the activities. These reports, it is document 5b, if I may just remind you all. So I now invite the representative of ICOMOS to briefly present its report. Please, you have the floor. I understand 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ICOMOS would like to express
its deepest gratitude to the State Party of Poland for the organization of this session of the World Heritage Committee and for the warm welcome in this beautiful city of Krakow. Together with Quito, Ecuador, the first historic town inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1978, and the city where ICOMOS was founded in 1965. This presentation will be a short summary on ICOMOS activities, since the full report is available among the World Heritage Committee session documents. Regarding the evaluation of nominations to the World Heritage List, for the 2017 cycle, ICOMOS evaluated 30 nominations to the World Heritage List, 1 nomination submitted on an emergency basis, 12 minor modifications, and 7 provisional statements of OUV. The World Heritage Panel met in November 2016 and March 2017 at ICOMOS International Secretariat. The composition and overall information of the panel is available on the ICOMOS website. ICOMOS has introduced new changes to the evaluation process. The November panel was divided into 3 sessions. The first one was devoted to the presentation and discussion of nominations. The second were the meetings with nominating state parties, where issues identified by the panel were presented, and the third was the agreement on provisional decisions and identification of questions and issues to be conveyed to the state parties. Except for nominations where the decision of non-inscription was agreed in November, which was communicated to relevant state parties in the interim reports, all final decisions were taken in March, after receiving and assessing additional information provided by state parties. ICOMOS carefully read and assessed all the information received, even in the cases where additional information had not been requested. Reports on advisory missions in the framework of the upstream assistance process were also presented at the World Heritage Panel. ICOMOS would like to thank the nominating state parties for their kind availability to attend the meetings and to provide additional information. Heritage and sustainable development. As part of ICOMOS efforts related to the United Nations Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, in particular the Heritage Target, ICOMOS, with the kind support of ICOMOS Turkey, organized an international coordination meeting in Istanbul in February 2017, with the aim of coordinating and mobilizing ICOMOS activities and of key partners in the 2017-18 cycle towards advancing the cause of heritage as a driver of sustainability, by shaping strategies towards mainstreaming cultural heritage with a larger environmental and sustainable development discourse, and allowing the exchange of information and ideas related to the sustainable development goals. Post-trauma recovery. Following Decision 39.7 and responding to the request of the World Heritage Committee, ICOMOS organized in September 2016 an international workshop on reconstruction of World Heritage properties. The outcomes of the conference allowed to start working on the elaboration of a guide on post-trauma recovery and reconstruction of World Heritage properties available on ICOMOS website. This document should be considered as provisional, and ICOMOS will continue to work with all relevant stakeholders towards the elaboration of guiding principles on reconstructions to be presented to the World Heritage Committee. Further information on this issue will be provided by ICOMOS over the next days. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, the cultural heritage is facing new and difficult challenges. Among them, climate change, recurrence and severity of natural disasters, intentional destruction of heritage by armed conflicts, development projects, and unplanned mass tourism, for which the doctrinal and operational tools we dispose are sometimes not sufficient for an appropriate and timely response. Facing these situations requires new approaches with the participation of all relevant stakeholders. That is why ICOMOS reaffirms its commitment to serve the World Heritage Committee, to protect and conserve all the cultural heritage of the world, and to transmit it to future generations. In this sense, ICOMOS would like to express its sincere gratitude to the state parties to the Convention, the World Heritage Committee, the World Heritage Center, IUCN, ICROM, and other partners organizations for all the common work and the constant support to ICOMOS activities. ICOMOS is engaged to continue working for the protection of cultural heritage, to build up bridges and to foster understanding among people and cultures as a means to contribute to peace, security, and equality in the world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to invite the representative of ICROM to briefly present its report. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. As this is the first time that ICROM is taking the floor, I would like to express ICROM's thanks to you and to the government of Poland for the warm welcome and the hospitality accorded to our entire delegation. Krakow is a wonderful city and one of the first sites inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1978. From walking around in the past few days and after attending the wonderful opening ceremony last evening, one can get a tangible sense of the benefits of the World Heritage listing. Chairperson, ICROM is pleased to have the opportunity to say a few words about its activities in the past year in favor of the World Heritage Convention. The full report of ICROM's activity can be found in document 5B. This year, ICROM continued its role in the reactive monitoring process, taking part in 5 reactive monitoring missions and 1 advisory mission in Africa, Europe, Latin America, the Arab states, and Asia and Pacific. Our participation in these missions not only helped to contribute to the better conservation at the sites involved, but it also contributed to our gaining knowledge, which helped us to better prepare our capacity building activities. We also actively participated in the ongoing work on the reflections of the reflection year for the periodic reporting process. Taking note of Committee Decision 13A from the 39th session, ICROM was invited by ICOMOS for a second year on the experimental basis to attend the ICOMOS World Heritage Evaluation Panel as a non-voting member. ICROM and ICOMOS will evaluate this practice and inform the committee accordingly. As you are aware, ICROM completed its task of developing a scoping study for policy guidelines for the World Heritage Committee. This work was carried out in consultation with the World Heritage Center and the other advisory bodies and presented the results to the 40th session of the World Heritage Committee. The World Heritage Center will now commence the development of the recommended policy compendium, and ICROM will continue to work with the Center and the other advisory bodies as part of this process. I am particularly pleased to reiterate ICROM's commitment to its role as a focal point for capacity building activities within the Convention. In the past year, a new program was developed by ICROM and IUCN with the financial support of the Ministry of Climate and Environment of Norway. The new program, World Heritage Leadership, will focus on interlinkages in the management of cultural and natural heritage. The program will be carried out in cooperation with ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Norwegian government for their support for this innovative program. ICROM has furthermore continued to collaborate with both Category 2 centers and universities around the world on capacity building activities, and of course, has coordinated several orientation sessions for committee members, the most recent one taking place yesterday here in Krakow. You will hear further results on capacity building in the presentation on item 6 later today. In addition to the generous support of the Norwegian government, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Switzerland for its support over the past 10 years in support of the capacity building program. But given the need for enhanced capacity throughout the system, I would strongly urge states parties with an interest in capacity building to work with us and other capacity building partners to develop more activities at both the regional and international levels. Of special interest this year is our work on post-conflict recovery. ICROM Matar, in partnership with the Louvre Lens Museum, co-organized the colloquium in January of this year on the theme of the endangered heritage. The event brought together specialists from international organizations, governments, and universities. This colloquium, based on first-hand regional and international experiences, provided an opportunity for participants to discuss approaches towards recovery by comparing examples from different time periods and regions. Recovery, reconstruction, or reconstitution of destroyed heritage assets poses technical, scientific, and methodological questions, along with ethical, economic, and political ones. The colloquium discussed the various viewpoints on post-conflict reconstruction and the work of international organizations. The proceeding of this workshop will be published during this year. On the same line, I want also to mention the international conference documenting our heritage at risk. We organized in Rome in May this year with the support of the Italian Association Incontro di Civiltà and the collaboration of UNESCO and ICOMOS on the topic of the documentation as the basis of conservation and as a first step in every program of heritage reconstruction. I would also take this opportunity to mention that the ICROM Attar Center will be hosting several side events during this session of the committee. The first will discuss ICROM Attar's action plan, aiming to strengthen cultural heritage protection in the Arab region, and it will take place on Friday, 7 July at 18:30 in the AB space. It will be followed the next day by a second event, also in the AB space, on ICROM's Attar contributions to the conservation of world heritage in the Arab region. That event will take place at 2 p.m. I would invite anyone with an interest in the region to attend. Finally, I would like to mention that this will be my last report to the committee on ICROM's activity, as my term as Director General of ICROM will be coming to an end in December of this year. It has been a pleasure to represent ICROM for the past 6 years, and it has increased its role within the Convention, and I am sure that my successor will continue to place an emphasis on the contribution that ICROM can make to working with state parties on safeguarding of the world cultural and natural heritage. I take the occasion to thank very warmly my colleague Joseph King, who has been my patient guide in all the issues related to our role in the Convention. I would also take the opportunity to mention that one of my colleagues, Gamini Vizeruja, will also be retiring at the end of this year. As most of you know, Gamini has been an important part of the ICROM team working on World Heritage for the past 13 years. Gamini has been involved in all aspects for our work on World Heritage, including capacity building, periodic reporting, state of conservation, and reactive monitoring. And he has attended a large number of expert meetings where ICROM's input was requested. He has contributed to pioneering work on communities, linking nature and culture, and new training courses on managing world heritage, disaster risk management, impact assessment, and people-centered approach to conservation. I take the opportunity to thank Gamini on behalf of ICROM for this long service to the World Heritage Convention, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration into the future in different forms. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to present ICROM's activity in the World Heritage Committee. Thanks.
Thank you, ICROM. Thank you, Director General. Thank you, Mr. Stefano Di Caro, not just for your today's intervention, but for all those years together. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And now I invite the representative of IUCN to take the floor on the subject. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As this is the ICN's first intervention, please allow me to express our thanks and appreciation to you and to the Polish authorities and to the city of Krakow for the warm welcome and excellent preparations for the committee meeting. I'm Luc Bos. I'm the ICN's Regional Director for Europe, the hosting region, and I'm pleased to introduce our report to the World Heritage Committee. ICN's head of delegation and the head of the World Heritage Program at ICN, Tim Batman, is here with me on the podium and available to answer any questions on our report. We also want to thank the states parties already for their comments on report 5A. ICN's report on our work on World Heritage in the last year is set out in the committee document 5B, and we thank states parties as well as the ad hoc working group of the committee for their strong and continuing partnership. We are grateful for that strong support and voluntary effort also of our ICN's expert commissions and also of our members that underpin our advice to the committee. We also wish to thank the World Heritage Center, ICOMOS and ICROM for the strong collaboration through the year and notably for the successful hosting of the Nature Culture Journey at ICN's 4-yearly World Conservation Congress in Hawaii last September. The last year has seen new World Heritage studies and advice launched on the Arctic, the high seas, to Sustainable Development Goals and the areas that are covered by overlapping international designations. We will be launching new reports on wilderness and large landscapes and rights-based approaches at site events in the coming days. We also see a wider work on knowledge, such as key biodiversity areas, as crucial in informing World Heritage successes, but also the challenges. The ICN World Heritage Outlook, our flagship global assessment of the state of World Heritage, was launched in 2014, and the second report will be launched in November 2017. This will not only diagnose the status of each site on the list, but also indicate where support is needed. It will also feed into a new and exciting ICN initiative to recognize good management in a new green list of protected areas and conserved areas. I also wish to note the significant work done on culture and nature linkages, and wish to note in particular the significant new program on World Heritage Leadership launched jointly with ICROM and the Government of Norway, as well as the Connecting Practice program with ICOMOS. We thank partners, including private foundations, governments, such as Bahrain, the Republic of Korea, Norway, Monaco, Switzerland, and Germany, as well as Jeju province in Korea, for their support for our work. ICN's new global program for 2017 to 2020 will also lead to further work in the regions on World Heritage. My colleague Boris Erk, here behind me, from our Eastern European and Central Asian region, and I are here to explore those opportunities. Speaking on Europe, the key challenge in Europe is sufficient implementation, really. In the EU, for example, we have already 18% of the territory on some form of protection. The issues remain the secure management, monitoring, and financing. There are clearly untapped synergies that exist between protecting World Heritage sites and the EU Natura 2000 and also the Emerald networks. Almost every natural World Heritage site in Europe overlaps with sites protected under the EU directives. More than 3 million hectares of land and sea in Europe has this joint protection via the World Heritage and the EU. So action to protect World Heritage sites clearly contributes to the targets in the EU Biodiversity Strategy and the Berne Convention. The EU's nature directives, which underwent a very thorough and difficult review in 2016, have now been secured, and we need to catch up on the lost time to reach the 2020 biodiversity targets in Europe. As World Heritage sites set the highest standards and examples, I do note with concern that some sites in Europe are not yet secure in their conservation. We will follow these issues up very rigorously and constructively. The World Heritage Committee meeting here has the important responsibility here in Poland to promote high standards for Europe's World Heritage and encourage stronger implementation on the ground where the efforts are lagging. Lastly, we see that Europe can play a fuller role in its international support on World Heritage. We are rich in experience and capacity and well represented on World Heritage list compared to other regions. Our responsibilities also lie in the international cooperation that the Convention was founded on. Whilst there is still significant nature conservation sites for possible listing in Europe, and some sites where states need to rediscover the pride over their natural heritage, we believe World Heritage needs to feature more prominently in Europe's priorities for international cooperation. We are committed to working via our European IUCN state members, NGO members, and with the EU to increase the support for our joint World Heritage, and this as part of IUCN's global efforts. Mr. Chair, we are to respond here to all your questions, and I thank you for this opportunity to address the committee. Dziękuję.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all. Thank you, ICOMOS. Thank you, ICROM. Thank you, IUCN. As according to our today's agenda at 12:30 sharp, we are getting the message from the World Heritage Young Professionals Forum with the presence of Her Excellency Director General. Let me propose that we will come back and we will continue item 5B just at the beginning of the afternoon session for comments and amendments. So once again, thank you for your presentations, and we will meet again at 3 p.m. sharp. And now, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as indicated in our timetable, we will listen to a message from the World Heritage Young Professionals Forum 2017. The forum is warmly welcome. As you know, the Youth Forum started on 25th of June, organized by the Polish National Commission for UNESCO and the International Culture Center in Krakow, in the framework of the UNESCO World Heritage Education Program. The young professionals worked on the theme Memory, Lost and Recovered Heritage. As you know, it is customary that the Youth Forum presents the outcomes of its work during the opening ceremony of the session. However, to underline the importance of the involvement of young people in the protection of world heritage in general and their very active participation to the implementation of the Convention, I suggested that the message of the Young Professionals Forum 2017 be delivered to us after our first plenary meeting. A paper copy of this message has been made available in English and French. But before we listen to the message, let us first watch a short video about the work, about the hard work of the Young Professionals Forum 2017. So, video first. You just proved how powerful you are. Do be powerful. The floor is yours.
We, the participants of the UNESCO World Heritage Young Professionals Forum 2017, Memory, Lost and Recovered Heritage, would like to express our gratitude to the President of the Polish National Commission, Professor Dr. Jan Kurka, chairperson of the 41st session of the World Heritage Committee, and Dr. Mechtil Trosler, director of the UNESCO World Heritage Center. We could also like to thank the Polish National Commission for UNESCO and the International Cultural Center in Krakow for organizing the forum, and the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage, the Republic of Poland, for the financial. Furthermore, our special thanks go to the executive team of the group X for their outstanding and planned efforts.
Emphasizing the fundamental value of universal peace enshrined in the Constitution of UNESCO from 1945, and noting the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, especially Goals 11 and 16, we express our strongest concern regarding the destruction of heritage. We believe in the importance of joint efforts in protecting the heritage of outstanding universal value and for developing sustainable society.
Highlight the mnemonic potential of World Heritage and firmly believing that memory sites are tangible evidence of cultural significance in our turbulent world.
And convinced that preserving the identity of a property requires respecting the multitude of evolving ideas, values, practices, and perspectives relating to its history.
Remembering that without people, there is no community, and without memory, there is no possibility of sustainable development. It should be a duty of every state party to put people in the center of its sustainable development goal.
Stressing that the opinion of local communities, indigenous peoples, artists, and should be an important factor when deciding on the conservation or reconstruction of cultural heritage.
Acknowledging cultural diversity and the importance of heritage sites for the respective local community. Their involvement in any decision about recovery, reconstruction, and further use of heritage sites is of crucial importance. It's imperative to base the reconstruction of what is lost in the community's present sense of belonging.
And further stressing the importance of relying on authentic sources in order to avoid the appropriation of memory for political interest or aggressive nationalism. There should be limits to reconstruction. Primum non nocere. First, do not harm, based on the existing values of the community.
Recalling that memory is dynamic, therefore, space may be made for the new memories of future.
We, young professionals, as custodians of World Heritage, are strongly committed to our intergenerational and transnational responsibility of preserving World Heritage.
We call on the UNESCO, as guardian of the Heritage Convention, to consider promoting an integrated approach of safeguarding and recovery, preparedness, and resilience, combining tangible and intangible heritage, culture, and nature.
We call on the UNESCO, in welcoming the effort to include civil society and indigenous peoples into discussions and processes of the 1972 Convention, to further strengthen these efforts, especially concerning the inclusion of youth.
We call on international community to make local communities the keystone of any decision-making process relating to discussions on cultural identity and memory, as well as post-disaster management.
We call on state parties to protect heritage shared across borders, among others, by prioritizing transnational serial nominations and itineraries to the World Heritage List, to facilitate the bridging of cultures, local communities, and nations.
We further call on the state parties to facilitate innovations, public-private partnerships, entrepreneurship for sustainable recovery processes through creating conducive conditions for lean management and green energy, and facilitating youth employability in the field of heritage.
Lastly, we call on state parties to implement educational activities and establish participation mechanisms for local communities with a special attention to minorities, indigenous peoples, marginalized groups,
people with disabilities, and youth.
To support these efforts, we, the participants of Young Professionals Forum 2017, commit ourselves to use the tools and innovations of our generation to maximize our potential and efforts in the spirit of international solidarity and cooperation, equality and mutual respect.
We also commit ourselves to actively take part in discussions about social and collective memory in order to transmit cultural values, to preserve our cultural diversity, and to take on the responsibility to constantly reflect on the values of our heritage, considering current and future events, context.
Lastly, we commit ourselves to be, in view of current events, a driver of peace, intercultural tolerance, and international dialogue, to oppose any form of political, culture, or other extremism against people and their natural and cultural, tangible and intangible heritage.
Dziękujemy.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and do not disappear and do not be too shy, too modest. Please do join us here, and I would like to ask kindly Madam Director General to join the group for the photo. And it is really important that Madam Irina Bokova is with us as the initiator of the program Unite for Heritage. So it will be, I understand, the best proof that we are united.
Go ahead. Allez, allez, allez. Vous en avez tous? Do you have one? Okay, very good. For the photo. You are. Marek?
This very session is not closed yet, so if you could kindly join us, being seated, feel comfortable, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You are really great. You are great. Just a reminder, 32 countries from all over the world. Looking at the globe, they do represent or that they do cover the whole globe between Jamaica and Peru, Angola and Zimbabwe, up to Indonesia and Korea. So it is really an effort. Thank you. So now time for announcements, as I understand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the young people. Now at 1 o'clock sharp here in this plenary room, we have a side event, which is 5 years of conflicts in Syria, new technologies for the safeguarding of cultural heritage in Aleppo, with the presence of our Director General, Mrs. Bokova. And at 1:15 outside of the hall, you have the Polish post-war exhibition, a poster exhibition, and at 2 o'clock we have our press conference. So these are the announcements. So we have a short break between the closure of the session and the event on conflicts in Syria.
For the side events, tell them that they can also see the side events on...
Yes.
Side events on their... We can announce it. And just one more further logistical announcement concerning the side events. All of you have received a list of side events, and you can find it in the pocket of your badge. It's quite a full list of events, of exhibitions, and actually all the side events. And one that's missing is a very important one, the one that will start at 1 o'clock p.m. Concerning the new technologies for the safeguard of cultural heritage, the case of Aleppo. It will start at 1 o'clock in this very room in the presence of the Director General of UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I can see and I can feel the atmosphere of lunchtime approaching us, I would like just to thank you for this very first morning session. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, 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 test, test, test. Czek, czek, czek. Raz, jeden, raz, dwa, trzy, trzy, trzy. Trzy, trzy, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Jedzie. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, jeden. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, jeden, raz, dwa, trzy. Tutaj jest strasznie dużo. Tutaj jest strasznie dużo. Ja mam ze sobą front chwila, więc front chwila to znajmie. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Front chwil mi gra w stopę. Raz, dwa, trzy. Prawo. Raz, raz, raz. Raz, jeden, raz. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, jeden. Jest lepiej. Raz, dwa, trzy. Trzy, trzy. Jeden, jeden, jeden. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Jak ja ci to mam sprawdzić? Raz, raz, raz. Wyłącz. Teraz tylko bok. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, jeden, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, raz, raz. Raz, dwa, trzy. Wydaje mi się, że jest w porządku. Wróć. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, jeden, raz, dwa, trzy, trzy, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Wydaje mi się, że... Sali. Raz, 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 dwa, trzy. Test, test, test. Raz, jeden, raz, dwa.
Could you please take your seats? We would like to start with the event on Aleppo. If there are some groups sitting here discussing other things, maybe they could find a place on the second floor. There are places where you can meet. Okay, because we will start now with the event on Aleppo, which is on the screen. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to welcome you to this side event on new technologies for the safeguarding of cultural heritage, during which we will have the pleasure to present to you the case of Aleppo with our sister agency UNITA, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, with whom we are jointly preparing a publication on the assessment of damages in Aleppo through satellite imagery in the framework of their flagship program UNOSAT, which is the Operational Satellite Applications Program. And also with Econem, a technology company specialized in 3D documentation of cultural heritage at risk, with whom UNESCO started working 5 years ago in the Bamiyan Valley in Afghanistan, later in Herat, and more recently in Iraq and in Syria. We are very much honored to be joined for this side event by the UNESCO Director General, Mrs. Irina Bokova. Madam Director General, I have now the pleasure to give you the floor to open our side event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mechthild. Mr. Einar Bjorgo, UNISAT manager, Mr. Yves Hubelmann, president and co-founder of Econem, excellencies, distinguished members of the committee, ambassadors, representatives of different countries. I'm happy that we could come here today for this so important event. We know that cultural heritage has always been a victim of conflict, but in recent years, we have witnessed unprecedented systematic attacks on culture as a weapon of war and as a war crime. This deliberate destruction of heritage, combined with the persecution of individuals on religious and cultural grounds, is part of a global strategy that I have defined as cultural cleansing. When culture is under attack, we need to fight back. I believe we can at several levels. On the ground, in Timbuktu, UNESCO has helped communities recover and rebuild their heritage as a legacy. At the operational level, UNESCO adopted a new strategy for the reinforcement of its action for the protection and promotion of cultural pluralism in the event of armed conflict. And at the political level, UNESCO worked to ensure that cultural heritage protection is fully integrated into security and humanitarian responses to conflicts. The United Nations Security Council adopted in March this year the Resolution 2347, the first United Nations Security Council resolution to focus entirely on cultural heritage protection and its link to peace. This, I believe, is a historic shift which bears witness to the clear understanding that protecting cultural heritage is more than simply a cultural issue, a cultural concern. It is a peace and security imperative. The use of new technologies is clearly at the heart of the equation. Together with our sister agency, UNITAR, as well as with Econem, we have been working across the board, providing evidence on the destruction of heritage, sharing knowledge and expertise with all partners, with journalists, with decision makers. We will soon publish the UNESCO UNOSAT report dedicated to one of the most devastating World Heritage Sites today, the ancient city of Aleppo. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il y a un mariage possible entre le patrimoine culturel qui nous a été légué par les siècles et les dernières innovations dans la technologie. La technologie ne remplace pas le patrimoine. Et l'authenticité millénaire des sites doivent nous inviter à la plus grande prudence, à la plus grande, je dirais, modestie devant les innovations d'aujourd'hui, qui seront peut-être remplacées par celles de demain. Pour autant, les nouvelles technologies, l'imagerie numérique, les 3D représentent des outils merveilleux de documentation, de compréhension et de mise en valeur du patrimoine. Nous devons capitaliser sur leur potentiel, tous ensemble, ingénieurs, historiens, gouvernements, organisations, pour inventer la conservation du futur. À Palmyre, à Tra, Nimroud, Khorsabad, Sanaa ou Cyrène, les images satellites que l'UNOSAT nous a procurées nous ont permis de suivre et de dater les dommages sur les sites inaccessibles. Elles permettent de gérer des données à une échelle inédite et de rendre compte des dégâts avec une précision inégalée, bâtiment par bâtiment, pierre par pierre. À cet égard, je souhaiterais remercier le gouvernement de la Norvège qui finance UNOSAT pour ce travail. D'autre côté, les images qu'Iconem produit sur les sites documentés nous permettent également d'accéder rapidement à une multitude d'informations et de renouveler l'interprétation des sites. Ce travail a fait l'objet d'une exposition intitulée « Sites éternels » que j'ai eu le grand plaisir d'inaugurer avec le président François Hollande au Grand Palais à Paris en décembre dernier. C'est un nouveau champ d'expertise qui s'ouvre devant nous, au service du patrimoine, au service des peuples, et je suis heureuse de cette occasion d'en présenter quelques-unes des avancées dans le cadre de cette session du Comité du patrimoine mondial. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Directrice Générale. I would like now to turn to Mr. Einar Bjorgo from UNOSAT. You are UNOSAT's manager. UNESCO developed a very strong partnership with UNOSAT in the last 2 years, where you helped us to assess damages in conflict areas and at cultural sites that were inaccessible, and most importantly, compare new images to previous ones. Could you please tell us in detail how can satellite imagery be used for cultural heritage documentation?
Thank you very much. Madam Director General, Madam Director, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Satellite imagery is a fantastic tool for humanity. Cultural heritage is absolutely fundamental in this regards. Cultural heritage is global. Satellite images can be collected from anywhere in the world, globally. So it only makes sense to put this technology to use for the protection of cultural heritage. The information that satellites can provide are basically coming out of photos, so objective information, if you like. Then, together with that, goes scientific analysis in order to provide UNESCO and also other stakeholders with clear and timely information. We can cover very large areas. We can cover large areas of natural cultural heritage sites. We can also cover areas, and this is important, where there is currently no access due to conflict. So that means that we are able to still know what goes on the cultural heritage sites that we do not have physical access to. That information, in turn, can be used to plan field assessments as soon as we have that possibility of going to the field. And this is what, for example, our partners from Iconem have done. in Aleppo, which you will soon see. Another important aspect of the using satellite imagery, the example you see here is from the citadel of Aleppo. This is taken in 2010. So with satellite imagery, you can also time travel. You can see what the situation looked like several years ago, and we can have regular updates. So by following changes over time, and then comparing the same place at a later date, this image was taken on the 20th of February 2017, just a few days after hostilities ended in Aleppo. Zooming in a little bit to part of the citadel, looking at what you see in blue to the right on your slide, the barracks of Ibrahim Pasha. We also can see the Great Mosque and the North Wall section. This is how it looked like in 2014. Comparing that to 20 February of this year, we can then use this information to see what has happened. What damage happened to both the barracks, to the Great Mosque and the North Wall section. This information becomes very important when you want to ensure timely information is made available. We recently did this also over the Al-Nuri Mosque in Mosul, which an image was taken the day after the destruction of the mosque. The image was analyzed the same day and information was sent to UNESCO on that same day, providing very timely information. I'm now passing the floor to my colleague at ICON.
Merci beaucoup. Je me tourne maintenant vers Monsieur Yves Hubelmann, architecte et fondateur d'ICONEM, qui travaille actuellement en Afghanistan, Syrie et Irak, et développe aussi des projets en Libye et au Yémen. Monsieur, vous étiez sur le terrain en Syrie, dans l'ancienne ville d'Alep, avec des équipes de la Direction générale des antiquités et des musées de Syrie, la DGAM, pour effectuer un premier relevé général de la ville en 3D, dès que la situation a permis d'y accéder. Comment arrivez-vous à gérer dans l'urgence cette digitalisation et à établir une évaluation des dommages à l'échelle de toute une ville? Pourquoi est-il si important d'y travailler au plus vite?
Alors d'abord, merci à Madame la directrice de nous donner l'opportunité de s'exprimer. Bonjour Mesdames et Messieurs. Alors notre méthode en fait que l'on développe depuis 5 ans avec l'entreprise ICONEM est très complémentaire de la méthode du NOSAT. Dès que disons le terrain redevient accessible, c'est très utile de pouvoir amener des équipes sur le terrain pour pouvoir documenter les destructions. Alors on prend la mesure des destructions à Alep justement en allant sur place. En se promenant dans Alep, on voit effectivement les kilomètres et les kilomètres de destruction. Alors là vient une question méthodologique. Comment peut-on faire techniquement pour mesurer ces dégradations? Alors nous, on fait effectivement appel à une nouvelle technologie qui nous permet de travailler à différentes échelles. Donc en utilisant des drones, on peut effectivement couvrir la zone entière en fait de la vieille ville pour faire un premier état des lieux à l'échelle urbaine. Mais ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'avec les mêmes méthodes, en faisant justement une documentation photographique à terre, on peut également avoir des relevés beaucoup plus précis qui nous permettent effectivement de comprendre l'état de l'architecture et l'état des détails en fait des monuments eux-mêmes. Alors, on essaye de travailler à ces différentes échelles en même temps. Et l'enjeu, c'est de pouvoir justement regrouper toutes ces informations dans un même système, dans une même documentation 3D, en fait, que je vais présenter là. Donc la couverture avec les drones nous permet déjà d'identifier les types de destruction. Hein. Il peut y avoir des destructions par des bombardements, il peut y avoir des destructions par des explosions souterraines. Donc cette approche un peu innovante, on l'a développée avec la DGM, hein, qui est la Direction Générale des Antiquités et des Musées, en fait, en partenariat très, très serré. Et donc, on a pu, avec ces équipes, justement, reconstituer un plan général d'Alep sur des zones qui sont complètement détruites, sur des zones qui sont très peu accessibles parce que le bâti est très, très dense, par exemple, comme ici, hein, et qualifier les différents types, en fait, de destruction. Alors, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que donc on a créé une base de données de milliers d'images. Donc là, vous voyez en fait en rouge, effectivement, c'est toute la trajectoire du drone en fait qui a couvert l'ensemble de la vieille ville. Hein. Et donc toutes ces informations sont accessibles à partir d'une base de données en fait où on peut accéder et voir effectivement toutes ces images. Là, par exemple, on va zoomer vers la citadelle. Et donc tous les petits points rouges en fait correspondent à une image qui va décrire la destruction, enfin les destructions, les dommages à ces endroits. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'à partir des nouvelles techniques de traitement d'imagerie, on peut, à partir de ces données-là, donc de ces données drones, reconstituer en 3 dimensions les espaces. Notamment, regardez, là, ça c'est une reconstruction 3D de la citadelle, qui nous permet effectivement d'avoir une cartographie à la fois très fine et complètement exhaustive en fait de toutes les destructions. Alors là voilà par exemple, on a une image de la citadelle, donc ça c'est une image du modèle 3D qui nous permet de voir mur par mur, pierre par pierre en fait les destructions. Un petit peu plus loin, on peut aller là, on est sur le minaret par exemple. Donc l'avantage c'est que le drone peut également s'approcher en fait des différentes structures détruites et nous permet d'avoir des relevés aussi assez précis, vraiment pierre à pierre quoi. Après, sur Alep, on a eu une autre difficulté. En fait, on a plein de zones qui ne sont pas visibles du haut, hein, visibles d'une manière aérienne, et notamment tous les souks, en fait. Et donc, on s'est trouvé sur le terrain déjà à lancer donc cette grande cartographie avec des drones, mais cette cartographie nous a permis aussi de détecter les zones qu'il fallait traiter au sol de manière prioritaire, des zones qui n'étaient pas forcément accessibles par les vues aériennes. Et donc on a commencé à travailler sur les souks, hein, les souks qui ne sont pas visibles en partie haute et qui posent un problème parce que les souks sont très sombres. Hein, ils ont été brûlés, certaines fenêtres ont été bouchées et du coup on a construit un système en fait d'éclairage mobile qui nous a permis du sol de relever ces souks. Là, vous voyez par exemple, c'est un modèle 3D, ce que vous voyez en haut. C'est un modèle 3D des souks avec toutes les boutiques, vous voyez sur les côtés en fait, et au centre, l'allée centrale. Et en dessous, vous voyez effectivement des vues à l'intérieur de ce modèle. Donc les vues que vous voyez, c'est pas les vues du souk telles qu'on le voit aujourd'hui, qui sont en général très sombre, c'est les vues du modèle 3D qui a pu être reconstruit grâce à ce dispositif de lumière d'éclairage mobile. Voilà. Vous en avez une autre image où on voit effectivement toutes les voûtes hein, des différents souks et on voit l'état en bas effectivement grâce au modèle 3D. Alors, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que justement toute cette analyse, disons à l'échelle précise et architecturale, on peut la recontextualiser dans l'ensemble en fait de la cartographie 3D. Le modèle 3D après, on peut effectivement en faire des sections. Donc là, on a une section verticale qui nous permet de voir tous les détails, la structure architecturale et de voir si les voûtes, par exemple, ont bougé, si des voûtes menacent de tomber. Hein. Donc là, dans ce cas-là, heureusement, les structures sont saines. On peut aussi faire des coupes horizontales hein, pour voir effectivement tous les détails des fragments, des blocs de destruction en fait qui sont présents sur le sol et qui ne sont même pas visibles en fait quand on visite les souks parce que les souks sont trop sombres en fait. Hein. Donc on peut en faire des cartographies, des plans de cette manière. Là c'est un plan d'une voûte par exemple. Et sur la longueur de la voûte centrale, en fait, on peut voir effectivement tous les détails de destruction et pouvoir les cartographier, les localiser en fait dans l'ensemble du plan de la ville. Là, c'est une section du souk de manière verticale en fait, hein, et on voit effectivement pierre par pierre en fait ces destructions sur le site. Alors c'est important, donc là on a une vidéo en fait qui nous montre voilà, l'intérieur du modèle 3D. Mais alors cette vidéo c'est un modèle 3D qui peut être utilisé par les archéologues, qui peut être utilisé par les architectes et qui est aujourd'hui utilisé justement par les architectes de la direction archéologique des musées syriens. Donc ce qui est intéressant effectivement, on va pouvoir maintenant avoir une vision beaucoup plus claire et beaucoup plus précise de l'état hein, des bâtiments. Et ce qui est intéressant aussi, c'est que c'est la rapidité de ces relevés, parce qu'en simplement 3 jours, on a pu faire à la fois la couverture aérienne, mais aussi la couverture au sol, en travaillant de manière très serrée justement avec les équipes des antiquités. Et ça va nous permettre effectivement de pouvoir partager ce corpus à l'ensemble de la communauté des experts. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup Yves, c'est vraiment très impressionnant, toute la nouvelle technologie. Aina, I think assessing damages is very crucial for planning any restoration strategy at these sites. So could you please tell us how can 3D and augmented reality help us better assess the needs and plan restoration measures for cultural heritage sites?
Yes, sure. If I may have this slide, thank you very much. Knowledge of what was is of course fundamental for restoration. And with the technologies that you see here today, being able to define that in proper 3 dimensions, both what was the situation before and what has actually happened during the conflict is extremely important. So what we are able to do, combining both the technology that ICONM has developed and also with the damage assessment that we have been doing as UNOSAT, is that we can, as you see in this slide, which is also we feature in the upcoming report, is able to do a much more detailed assessment of the situation in Aleppo. Doing this in detail together with archaeologists, with their expert advice, is fundamental for restoration. It is, of course, a tool, as in many other tools. We should not forget, as what also Madam Director General said in the beginning, the technology is helping the cultural heritage. This is not about digitizing, what is physically there and diminishing that value into simply something numeric. It is actually to use the technology to do practical reconstruction on the ground, to preserve also cultural heritage for the future. What I would argue is that augmented reality, as we are presenting it here, is literally showing us a new perspective. It is a realistic view for restoration. It is also an excellent tool for communication. And we would like to show you a quick video on how an app developed by ICONM using a combination of drone footage and of... sorry, if you can run the video, please. Yes. So this app, which we will demo just outside, if you'd like to take a closer look, I would suggest you do. You can really start to appreciate how you go from a two-dimensional classical map and actually being able to see for yourself in 3D what a heritage site looks like. So you can zoom in on specific details. You can turn around and see from the angle you would like to see yourself. You can look at different view to have a more monotone clay view, or this, like you see here, or the simple satellite image view. But literally, this pops out from the 2D printout map, and instead of carrying around physical models of the three-dimensional models of, in this case, the citadel, you can actually do this numerically, and you can see it from many different angles. So I do believe that this is really something to consider for the future. I think it has a huge value. Of course, the next stage in this type of work is also virtual reality, whereas we can put people virtually on the ground and they can see for themselves as in a being there. Not everyone has the chance to visit the beauty of many cultural heritage sites around the world. Also, professionals can be, let's say, teletransported, if you like, onto a site and give their assessment using virtual reality. But this fundamental aspect of using new technologies, using 3D, augmented reality, virtual reality, if you like, this is really to be seen as a tool. It is a support tool, and we are really honored to be able to use this technology in support of the work of UNESCO and all the national governments around the world. So again, I would like to thank you for having the possibility to present here, and I pass the floor again to my colleague.
Thank you very much, Aina. Yves, en utilisant ces technologies, vous travaillez en étroite collaboration avec des architectes, des archéologues syriens de la DGAM. Sur le terrain, est-il possible d'allier l'urgence du travail et la formation des équipes qui vous accompagnent? Comment s'établit cette collaboration, s'il vous plaît?
Alors oui, non seulement c'est possible d'allier justement la formation et le travail d'urgence, mais c'est aussi souhaitable dans le sens où donc tout le travail que vous avez vu là qu'on vient de présenter sur Alep, c'est un travail qui a été réalisé finalement avec très peu de moyens, puisque ce travail a été complètement financé par notre propre société en fait. Donc il a fallu trouver des moyens très économiques et très rapides d'agir. Et la clé de cette efficacité, finalement, elle tient dans le mot la collaboration, en fait. C'est vraiment un travail collaboratif qui a été fait justement vraiment avec les équipes des spécialistes locaux sur place. Et c'est grâce à ça qu'on a pu avoir beaucoup d'efficacité. Alors, l'intérêt, c'est que la technique de documentation 3D, finalement, demande pas tellement d'appareils très sophistiqués, comme c'était le cas il y a encore 5 ans ou 10 ans. Avec un simple appareil photo, maintenant, ça devient possible de faire de la documentation 3D au sol. Et donc, on s'est lancé depuis 2013 déjà, justement, sur effectivement des programmes de formation des équipes des archéologues en Syrie. Et alors la formation, ça marche pas forcément très bien quand on fait simplement une session de formation. Ce qui marche vraiment, c'est quand on suit un groupe sur le long terme, Donc depuis 2013, en fait, on vient régulièrement. Là, vous voyez en haut, on est à Damas, en train de former les équipes. Au musée de Damas, on est là à côté à la citadelle de Damas, puis au Crac des Chevaliers, puis à Palmyre. Chaque opération que nous avons fait en Syrie, nous l'avons fait avec les équipes. Et c'est grâce à cet historique-là, c'est le fait d'avoir créé finalement une dynamique entre nous qui développons une technologie et des équipes sur le terrain qui voient finalement à quoi sert cette technologie et qui voient concrètement les résultats hein, de leurs travaux. C'est en créant cette dynamique qu'on a pu avoir justement cette efficacité de relevé en quelques jours, en quelques jours à Alep. Voilà, ça c'est par exemple des documents qu'on distribue en Syrie et en Irak aussi d'ailleurs, hein, pour apprendre aux archéologues et aux architectes à prendre des photos dans l'objectif de faire effectivement des relevés qui sont des relevés en 3 dimensions. Et alors, travailler avec, c'est important. Vraiment rendre les gens responsables de leur travail sur le terrain, mais aussi travailler pour. C'est après ces données, qui sont des données souvent 3D assez complexes, il faut pouvoir les rendre accessibles, utilisables et efficaces pour les besoins des équipes, les besoins des archéologues, les besoins des architectes. Et donc on a mis au point différentes techniques. Là par exemple, c'est cette plateforme qu'on a mis au point pour Alep, sur lequel on a positionné toutes les images. Et les équipes des archéologues syriens, aujourd'hui, peuvent avoir accès à toutes ces images. Simplement, donc les images sont spatialisées. En cliquant simplement sur les points rouges, en fait, on peut visualiser facilement, image par image, pour voir n'importe quel détail, n'importe quel monument, en fait. Et donc la mise en accessibilité de ces données qui sont des données massives, là voilà, on peut passer de la carte à l'image pour voir des détails de cette image, voir effectivement toutes les dégradations une à une, et pouvoir mettre cette masse d'informations facilement à disposition, c'est ce qui a vraiment aussi rendu efficaces ces méthodes et surtout qui les a rendues utiles pour les professionnels qui sont sur le terrain. On a fait de même avec les données 3D elles-mêmes, c'est-à-dire, alors là c'est un autre exemple parce qu'on est en train de construire, ça c'est des données 3D qu'on a fait en Afghanistan, qu'on a rendu accessibles aux archéologues afghans. Et donc l'idée c'est qu'avec effectivement des nouvelles structures de base de données, on peut mettre très facilement à disposition des modèles qui sont énormes, comme vous voyez là, qui sont des milliards et des milliards de points. C'est à la fois une montagne en 3D, c'est-à-dire qui fait plusieurs kilomètres carrés, avec tous les détails des chantiers archéologiques. Et ce qui est important, c'est que ces techniques qui sont très évoluées, finalement, à partir d'un simple ordinateur tel que les Syriens ont ou les Afghans ont, on peut naviguer dans ces données, on peut prendre différentes mesures et différents éléments. Donc, travailler avec, déjà, c'est important, et c'est des techniques qu'il faut développer, et travailler pour, c'est effectivement d'autres techniques, des techniques de diffusion. On travaille, donc ça c'est la diffusion des données pour les professionnels de la culture, les professionnels de l'archéologie, mais ces mêmes données, en fait, elles sont tellement riches, tellement photoréalistes d'une certaine manière, qu'on peut aussi s'en servir pour faire de la diffusion, plus pour un grand public. Et c'est notamment effectivement ce qu'on a fait à l'exposition qu'a mentionné Irina Bokova. Hein, et on travaille aussi sur des projets qui vont permettre, grâce à ces données 3D, de reconnecter aussi les réfugiés à leur territoire, parce que souvent, les réfugiés aujourd'hui sont déconnectés de leur territoire, de leur culture, de leur histoire. Et voilà, ces nouvelles techniques permettent effectivement de reconnecter les personnes à leur culture et à leur passé. Voilà. Donc ça, c'est l'intérêt principal, qui est d'abord un intérêt technique, scientifique, mais qui est aussi un intérêt purement, disons, culturel. C'est voilà, c'est la technique permet aussi de reconnecter les peuples avec leur culture.
Thank you so much, Yves. I'm really impressed, and so is our Director General, to bring people more connected to their culture, refugees going to other countries, and so I think it's absolutely critical. But also in terms of technology, I'm very impressed. I'm a geographer by training, and believe me, we didn't have this technology when we studied in the 1970s. Now, I would like to thank all the speakers for their very interesting presentations. We would have now some time for questions. I see the delegate of Lebanon, please.
Merci beaucoup. En fait, c'est impressionnant. Vous auriez un logiciel Et ça serait très utile pour le comité du patrimoine mondial de voir si on est pendant la période de réfection, de reconstruction, de réhabilitation, on est en train de faire des dérapages, etc., pour les déceler.
Allez-y.
Oui, justement, je vais en profiter pour montrer des exemples sur lesquels j'étais passé plus vite. En fait, l'intérêt de ces techniques-là, voilà, c'est qu'elles permettent aussi de mesurer l'évolution d'un site, en fait. Et là, donc là, on en a des exemples assez clairs, c'est-à-dire que, par exemple, sur Palmyre, on peut voir précisément le tétrapile avant sa destruction, le tétrapile après. Là, le théâtre, en fait, donc comme on est allé sur le terrain quelques jours après que le site est rendu accessible, on a pu faire un relevé 3D du théâtre qui a finalement été détruit. Et donc ça, c'est le relevé qu'on a fait cette année du théâtre après sa destruction. Donc oui, ce qui est important, c'est de pouvoir suivre un site dans le temps, effectivement, et pouvoir mesurer l'évolution de ce site à travers les années, et de voir les phénomènes, d'une part, de destruction, qui peuvent être des phénomènes tout simplement d'érosion naturelle, mais aussi des phénomènes par exemple de restauration abusive qu'on peut tout à fait contrôler avec ces techniques-là. Et je pense que pour le futur, effectivement, ça va être des techniques qui vont devenir, qui doivent être généralisées pour justement avoir une lecture beaucoup plus claire de ce qui se passe sur les sites archéologiques à travers les années.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? La Pologne, s'il vous plaît, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you about the campaign for Aleppo and for rebuilding Aleppo. Of course, that the techniques and technology are very, very important. And as you know, we rebuilt Warsaw, so we have such experience. But on the other hand, it's very difficult to communicate with the international public opinion and to tell only about architecture, because Aleppo is architecture, but on the other side is people as well. And I would like to say that because of that, because we want to make more solidarity on the international level, we organize charity and fundraiser inside of conference center and outside in Krakow. And I would like to ask you how you perceive the question of help for Aleppo, if you include also as a UNESCO the question of inhabitants of people.
Absolutely, Madam Minister. For us, this is absolutely crucial because Aleppo is a living city and it's one of the priorities for UNESCO now because people want to go back. So we need to also ensure that the living conditions are okay while recuperating the heritage. For example, we have seen pictures from the souk. There are a lot of cultural heritage elements there. We need to look through it, and we have just had a major meeting on Aleppo where we try to coordinate because there are many, many different actors. It's not only UNESCO, it's all our partners involved on the ground. But maybe my deputy director who was at the meeting, or Nada, you would like to add something?
Oui, merci Mechtilde. Madame la ministre, je voulais vous dire que nous allons examiner I can speak in English. No, we will examine tomorrow the state of conservation of Aleppo. Indeed, the idea is that planning for the reconstruction of the city starts with the people, and that we talk about recovery instead of talking about reconstruction, recovery being inclusive of humanitarian concerns. And this is the starting point for our rehabilitation projects in Aleppo. We have insisted on this in the State of Conservation report and the decision that you will be examining tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Croatia, please.
Just some technical question about this surveying technology in a view of way forward in the restoration of the sites.
As we know, restoration architects use much more and familiar with AutoCAD, for example, vector technology. How much is this compatible with softwares?
So this kind of work is totally compatible with AutoCAD software or something like that. I mean, this is a 3D model. So you can turn the 3D model into a section, into a map, also you can import it directly in architecture software and so on, and you can use it. And right now there is an architect in Syria who are using this just to make the survey in an architectural and archaeological manner.
So thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, but please, our colleagues from our partners are available if you have any specific technical questions or you continue. I see the ambassador of Iraq. Please excuse the Director General and myself. We leave for the press conference, but you continue and Nada will also be here to answer any questions. Thank you. Please.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It is a very good new technology which is really in rehabilitating the destructions and the damages in the archaeological sites. It is a call for UNESCO to arrange a workshop or organize such workshops for the experts and technicians in Iraq to be helpful for them to use this technique in rehabilitating the damages in the archaeological sites in Mosul city. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ambassador, the Office of UNESCO in Iraq is contracting Ecolem exactly to work on archaeological sites, and this collaboration will be extended also.
This is Nimrud, for example. It's a work we did in Iraq with UNESCO, and this is a survey we did in Nimrud before the destruction of the ziggurat. You can see on the picture, and this is after. So we keep a memory. We kept the memory of this site before some destruction, and so that is a kind of work we try also to develop in Iraq with the UNESCO office there.
I don't see anyone else. Libya, please, Mr. Welda.
Hi. It's just a short query. Is it possible to use your system in vast areas like the Akakos, where there's a lot of rock paintings and it's very difficult to document and to follow up the damages? I mean, it is a vast area.
I don't know if Übelman is familiar with the Akakos World Heritage Site. It's a rock art site, so from the air with satellite images, it's not possible to document it. But I believe that with drones, maybe Yves, you can answer.
Yes, it's totally possible. With the drone, it's possible to survey everything because you can, with a good pilot, put the drone in the good position to take picture, and so it's open a very large perspective about survey, and when we have a new problems and new issue, we can solve it with this kind of technique, yes.
Thank you, Yves. And I have to underline to the representative of Libya that UNOSAT has surveyed the World Heritage Sites in Libya, comparing before and after the conflict, in particular to monitor the illegal constructions. And this will be reported upon tomorrow in the State of Conservation reports on Libya. Thank you.
Very much.
Any other questions? No other questions? Okay, I wish you a good lunch. You still have some time to enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much for being with us. Thanks.